that are somehow here this early. I wanted to try some singing. I probably shouldn't, but I wanted to try it anyways. Best get it on with to not catch other early birds though. L is for the way you look at me. O is for the only one I see. V is very, very extraordinary. E is even more than anyone that you adore can love. Is all that I can give to you. Alright, that's probably enough. No, people watch D4 often. Of course, I still have to turn my streamer more on. But do you think that I actually was prepared this time? No, of course not. And let me take my headset off. There we go. Showered earlier today, so my hair is actually a bit less wild for once. When my hair gets wet, it's actually, I find it way better looking than otherwise. When my hair dry, it can get very, very wild. The early morning better. But, well, with my hair wet, I often like it quite a bit more. But alright. I was kind of interested. I'm not quite sure how the War of the Worlds is entirely made up. But there's apparently 2 books or something. Since all the other chapters I read before this were book 1, the kind of invasion of the Martians. And then there's also book 2, which I'll be reading and starting today. At the very least starting, I doubt I'll get through it fully. I don't have all day, unfortunately. Book 2 is called The Earth Under the Martians. It sounds interesting as well. It's way shorter, I'm pretty sure. Well, not way, way shorter, but it is shorter than the first one, I'm pretty sure. I'll have to see. I hope to finish it either today or tomorrow. But you never know. Hello there, Misk. Hope you're doing well. Finally catching you when it's not quite bedtime for you yet, although we've been staying up till quite late lately here as well. Oh right, Stefan live earlier today as well. I saw it, but I was hanging at, I was lurking at Fox and the Raven's place. Yeah. Well, if that sleep schedule works well for you, then I won't hold it against you. But yeah, I noticed Stefan live earlier. I didn't catch anything of it yet. She's been live for a while now, hasn't she? Yeah. I did some chores earlier today, and I just had some streams open lurking in the background, but couldn't chat much, of course, while still doing the chores. Glad to see her computer is good though. Oh, well, sleep around can be used as another meaning, so maybe that, I don't know. That didn't get out of my head for you, Misk. That I don't have my hormone that strict, so it shouldn't. Also, I should see in this view when things get out on one of the right. I'm not entirely sure. Well, yeah, when you sleep around with someone, you're doing something that isn't safe for work unless you're in that business per se, but I mean, generally I wouldn't say it is a bad word, but twitch sometimes, and thank you for keeping me hydrated. Also, thank you for the lurk then, Miss Kent. Better get on over, back over to Steph's. Keep the chat clean there. Yeah, exactly, Miss. It might be used in a way like that. Saying a streamer sleeps around, and that might be why Twitch might crack down a bit hard on it. To be fair, I just say I wish and leave it at that, but hey, guess not everyone is in that situation. Yeah, the great thing about the English language, everything has multiple meanings, doesn't it? Well, alright, not everything. Fair enough, plenty of things. Anyhow, I was saying earlier, I'm not quite sure how the War of the Worlds is structured. Yeah, you're quite right on that one, I suppose, Misk. People just use literally as a way to exaggerate or trying to figure out a way how to use exclamation in a tense that works there. Or exclaim something. No, doesn't sound quite right, that well. But yeah, it literally isn't quite literal anymore. Oh well, the joys of language. The thing is, we might not notice it since it's happening around the years for us, but language evolves a lot, and not all that slow either, mind you. But yeah, I mean, I don't know, I feel like the language evolves pretty quickly. Like actually, I mean, I can understand all these olden books, but I think all these old books might have gotten a bit of a translation as well. Gotten some older things swapped out with newer stuff. But even then, in all these older books that I've been reading lately, there's some words in there that definitely aren't used anymore today. And that's even in books that are merely about 100 years old. Which is quite a long time, I suppose, but I don't know. One might assume or think that languages would not change that much in 100 years, but I feel if you take a full month or 5 or maybe a year to examine English from 100 years ago and English that we're using now, there'd be such vast differences. Oh, sounds good to me. Have a great sleep. Sleep well. And yeah, I'm not live at the best of times for the US, which is where a pretty large portion of my viewers are from, so we're just doing a chill stream today. And especially since it's just past 7 a.m. in the East Coast, or well, it's about to pass 7 a.m. in the East Coast. But it's a Saturday. Anyone with a more normal sleep schedule, I'd assume to be sleeping till another hour or two. And that's merely the East Coast. West Coast will be even later, I presume. And then there is everyone with not that fast or not that solid a sleep schedule, and those I assume to have just gone to bed or just been going to bed, in the US at least. So, just an EU stream today. But alright though, enough stalling on the reading. Let me jump right into the second book, The Earth Under the Martians. The second part, or it's called book here, The New War of the Worlds. And thank you, by the way, Tommy. Have a great, great sleep. May you have some great, great dreams. Book 2, The Earth Under the Martians, Chapter 1, Underfoot. In the first book, I have wandered so much from my own adventures to tell of the experiences of my brother, that all through the last 2 chapters I and the curate have been lurking in the empty house at Halford, whither we fled to escape the black smoke. That's an interesting word to see around here. Lurking. I've rarely seen lurking used outside of Twitch, so it's interesting to see it there. In its original meaning, although its original meaning is quite close to what we use it for on Twitch as well. Hello Word, how do you do? Hope your weekend is starting off well. Anyway, there I will resume. We stopped there, and all Sunday night, and all next day, the day of the panic, in a little island of daylight, cut off by the black smoke from the rest of the world. We could do nothing but wait in aching inactivity during those 2 weary days. My mind was occupied by anxiety for my wife. I figured her at Leatherhead, terrified in danger, mourning me already as a dead man. I paced the rooms and cried aloud when I thought of how I was cut off from her, of all that might happen to her in my absence. My cousin, I knew, was brave enough for any emergency, but he was not the sort of man to realize danger quickly, to rise promptly. What was needed now was not bravery, but circumspection. My only consolation was to believe that the Martians were moving Londonward and away from her. Such vague anxieties keep the mind sensitive and painful. Oh, very hungover. Well, glad to hear you're doing great nonetheless. I'm doing well. I just started reading the second part of book 2 in the War of the Worlds. The first part was quite interesting, telling the tale and swapping on over to his brother's view of the alien invasion. I grew very wary and irritable with the curate's perpetual ejaculations. I tired of the sight of his selfish despair. After some ineffectual remonstrance, I kept away from him, staying in a room, evidently a children's schoolroom, containing globes, forms and copybooks, When he followed me thither, I went to a box room at the top of the house, and, in order to be alone with my aching miseries, locked myself in. We were hopelessly hemmed in by the black smoke all that day and the morning of the next. There were signs of people in the next house on Sunday evening, a face at a window, and moving lights, and later the slamming of a door. But I do not know who these people were, nor what became of them. We saw nothing of them next day. The black smoke drifted slowly riverward, all through Monday morning, creeping nearer and nearer to us, driving at last along the roadway outside the house that hid us. But yeah, as far as today goes, I've just done chores and, well, with basically all the chores done, I figured it's time to relax and start what I've been planning to do today. Even though there's some streamers live that I want to watch as well. I've kind of got to weigh the other things off, right? I want to stream, but I want to watch other streamers. Can't always have everything, unfortunately. A Martian came across the fields about midday, laying the stuff with a jet of superheated steam that hissed against the walls, smashed all the windows it touched, and scalded the curate's hand as he fled out of the front room. When at last we crept across the sunrooms and looked out again, the country northward was as though a black snowstorm had passed over it. Looking towards the river, we were astonished to see an unaccountable redness mingling with the black of the scorched meadows. For a time we did not see how this change affected our position, save that we were relieved of our fear of the black smoke, but later I perceived that we were no longer hemmed in, that now we might get away. So soon as I realized that the way of escape was open, my dream of action returned. But the curate was lethargic, unreasonable. "We are safe here," he repeated, "safe here." I resolved to leave him, would that I had. Wiser now for the artilleryman's teaching, I sought out food and drink. I had found oil and rags for my burns, and I also took a hat and a flannel shirt that I found in one of the bedrooms. When it was clear to him that I meant to go alone, had reconciled myself to going alone, he suddenly roused himself to come, and the whole being quiet throughout the afternoon, we started at about 5 o'clock, as I should judge, along the blackened road to Sunbury. In Sunbury, and at intervals along the road, were dead bodies lying in contorted attitudes, horses as well as men, overturned carts and luggage, all covered thickly with black dust. That pall of cindery powder made me think of what I had read of the destruction of Pompeii. We got to Hampton Court without misadventure, our minds full of strange and unfamiliar appearances, and at Hampton Court our eyes were relieved to find a patch of green that had escaped the suffocating drift. We went through Bushy Park, with its deer going to and fro under the chestnuts, and some men and women hurrying in the distance towards Hampton, and so we came to Twickenham. These were the first people we saw. Away across the road, the woods beyond Hem and Petersham were still afire. Twickenham was uninjured by either Ethery or black smoke, and there were more people about there, though none could give us the news. For the most part they were like ourselves, taking advantage of a lull to shift their quarters. I have an impression that many of the houses here were still occupied by scared inhabitants, too frightened even for flight. Here too the evidence of a hasty rout was abundant along the roads. I remember most vividly 3 smashed bicycles in a heap, pounded into the road by the wheels of subsequent carts. We crossed Richmond Bridge about 8:30. We hurried across the exposed bridge, of course, but I noticed floating down the stream a number of red masses, some many feet across. I did not know what these were. There was no time for scrutiny, and I put a more horrible interpretation on them than they deserved. Here again on the Surrey side were black dust that had once been smoke, and dead bodies, a heap near the approach to the station. But we had no glimpse of the Martians until we were some way towards Barnes. Alright, let me catch my breath for a quick second. We saw in the blackened distance a group of 3 people running down a side street down towards the river, but otherwise it seemed deserted. Up the hill Richmond town was burning briskly. Outside the town of Richmond there was no trace of the black smoke. Then suddenly as we approached Kew came a number of people running, and the upper works of a Martian fighting machine loomed in sight over the housetops, not 100 yards away from us. We stood aghast at our danger, and as the Martian looked down, we must immediately have perished. We were so terrified that we dared not to go on, but turned aside and hid in a shed in a garden. There the curate crouched, weeping silently, and refusing to stir again. But my fixed idea of reaching Leatherhead would not let me rest, and in the twilight I ventured out again. I went through a shrubbery and along a passage beside a big house, standing in its own grounds, and so emerged upon the road towards Kew. The curate I left in the shed, but he came hurrying after me. That second start was the most foolhardy thing I ever did, for it was manifest the Martians were about us. No sooner had the curate overtaken me than we saw either the fighting machine we had seen before, or another, far away across the meadows in the direction of Kew Lodge. 4 or 5 little black figures hurried before it across the green grey of the field, and in a moment it was evident this Martian pursued them. In 3 strides he was among them, and they ran radiating from his feet in all directions. He used no heat ray to destroy them, but picked them up one by one. Apparently he tossed them into the great metallic carrier which projected behind him, much as a workman's basket hangs over his shoulder. 'Twas the first time I realized that the Martians might have any other purpose than destruction with defeated humanity. We stood for a moment, petrified, then turned and fled through a gate behind us, into a walled garden, fell into, rather than found, a fortunate ditch and lay there, scarce daring to whisper to each other until the stars were out. Hello, Alexia. Good morning. How are you doing? I hope you slept well. No nightmares of Martians, I hope. It's slightly unfortunate, I suppose. I enjoy reading these science fiction and even the horror books by H.P. Lovecraft. But for ASMR, maybe something a bit more light-hearted would be a way better choice, wouldn't it? Hello, Toucan. How do you do? Hope you're doing well as well. Hope you're having a great start to your weekend. And same to you, Alexia. But alright. For those just jumping in, you're doing great and you're doing good. That's good to hear, both of you. And I'm doing well as well. I just started on the second part of the War of the Worlds, the second book, which goes back to the main guy instead of telling the tale of his brother. Since the first one, the last couple of chapters of that, veered off into telling the tale of his brother and his experiences of the alien invasion. But now we're more countryside and not really near London. But still there's some Martians about, unfortunately. And I suppose it was nearly 11 o'clock before we gathered courage to start again, no longer venturing into the road, but sneaking along hedgerows and through plantations, and watching keenly through the darkness, he on the right and I on the left, for the Martians, who seemed to be all about us. In one place we blundered upon a scorched and blackened area, now cooling and ashen, and a number of scattered dead bodies of men burned horribly about the heads and trunks, but with their legs and boots mostly intact, and of dead horses 50 feet perhaps behind a line of 4 ripped guns and smashed gun carriages. Sorry, got a tractor barreling on by. Sheen, it seemed, had escaped destruction, but the place was silent and deserted. Here we happened to know that, though the night was too dark for us to see into the side roads of the place. In Sheen, my companion suddenly complained of faintness and thirst, and we decided to try one of the houses. The first house we entered, after a little difficulty with the window, was a small semi-detached villa, and I found nothing eatable left in the place but some mouldy cheese. There was, however, water to drink, and I took a hatchet which promised to be useful in our next housebreaking. We then crossed to a place where a road turns towards Mud Lake. Here or there stood a white house within a walled garden, and in the pantry of this domicile we found a store of food: 2 loaves of bread in a pan, an uncooked steak, and the half of a ham. I give this catalogue so precisely because, as it happened, we were destined to subsist upon the store for the next fortnight. Bottled beer stood under a shelf, and there were 2 bags of haricot beans and some limp lettuces. This pantry opened into a kind of wash-up kitchen, and in this was a firewood. There was also a cupboard, in which we found nearly a dozen of burgundy, tinned soups and salmon, and 2 tins of biscuits. Also, sorry if you heard some stomach rumbling in the background. Reading of food whilst not having eaten yet today. Not the best combination. But oh well. Just try and keep the stomach quiet. We sat in the adjacent kitchen in the dark, for we dared not strike a light, and ate bread and ham, and drank beer out of the same bottle. The curate, who was still timorous and restless, was now oddly enough for pushing on, and I was urging him to keep up his strength by eating when the thing happened that was to impress us. "It can't be midnight yet," I said, and then came a blinding glare of vivid green light. Everything in the kitchen leaped out, clearly visible in green and black, and vanished again. And then followed such a concussion as I have never heard before or since. So close on the heels of this as to seem instantaneous, came a thud behind me. A clash of glass, a crash, and the rattle of falling masonry all about us, and the plaster of the ceiling came down upon us. Hold on. Smashing into a multitude of fragments upon our heads. Sorry. I looked over to chat for a second, and that's not your fault, don't worry. And I just lost where I was at with the reading. Hold on, let me read the paragraph. No. I was knocked headlong across the floor against the oven handle and stunned. I was insensible for a long time, the curate told me, and when I came to we were in darkness again, and he, with a face wet, as I found afterwards, with blood from a cut forehead, was dabbing water over me. And don't you worry. I do need to eat, but not anytime soon. I'm not intentionally fasting or anything, but for today I'm just going till about dinner time. Now I know things like intermittent fasting only work if you do it like every time, but I'm just doing it today. We just chilling and chatting, and food will come later. Although I should probably ask, since my dad isn't here to cook dinner, and I don't really know out of my head what he got for me to cook in the store, or what we've got in storage. Let me quickly ask him what he got for me to cook this evening. There we go. Sorry. Alright. Hey, Robin, how do you do? Haven't seen you in a bit. Hope your weekend's starting off well. And no, don't you worry. It's just all about perspective, you know. That fire is like miles away from me. And well, it probably technically was. I have no clue where this It's some stock footage that I bought. I've no clue where it was filmed. I can probably see if I look up where I bought it from again. Because with stock footage they always have a ton and millions of tags upon it. But yeah, it's probably nowhere near me, that fire. And thank you. Yeah, that's alright. Just hope you're doing well with school. I'm just glad you're hanging in there. Best of luck to you with school. But don't you worry. You don't need those good luck or well wishes, because you've got this. You'll do great. Even with bad luck, which I doubt you'll get. You'll go through school like a knife through butter. Wait, a hot knife through butter. I don't know what I'm saying, I'm just trying to say stuff. I'm 22, yes. I'm assuming you thought I was older. Because I usually get that. And don't you worry if you think that may come off insulting, it's not at all to me. I don't know, as long as by the time that I turn like 30 or 40, I don't look like I'm 50. I'm fine with looking a bit older than I am. Alright, Robin, have a nice lurk. Take care. And good luck with school again, although I'm certain you won't need it. But yeah, I'm 22. Young and not quite wise. Nor even that smart. Nor no clue what I'm doing in life. But we'll all find out someday. Alright, let me jump into a couple more paragraphs. I've got a bit of a conversation coming up, so I won't be responding for a bit. For some time I could not recollect what had happened. Then things came to me slowly. The bruise on my temple asserted itself. "Are you better?" asked the curate in a whisper. Oh, I can actually go into whispers then. "Are you better?" asked the curate in a whisper. At last I answered him. I sat up. "Don't move," he said. "The floor is covered with smashed crockery from the dresser. You can't possibly move without making a noise, and I fancy they are outside." Let me know how that whispering is, by the way. I normally mainly do soft-spoken. My whispering is quite a bit higher of a tone, I feel. And that low, soft-spoken humming of my voice might be better for ASMR anyways. We both sat quite silent, so that we could scarcely hear each other breathing. Everything seemed deadly still, but once something near us, some plaster or broken brickwork, slid down with a rumbling sound. Outside and very near was an intermittent metallic rattle. "That," said the curate, when presently it happened again. "Yes," I said, "but what is it?" "A Martian," said the curate. I listened again. "You know another thing I could try?" Hold on. I need to move things a little bit around. When there's just two people in a conversation, could also... I'm trying to differentiate a little bit intonation and everything with them always, but I could could also move one to the right here, just like this. Let me try that for a little bit. Just let me give that a little bit of a try. It was not like the E3. I sat, and for a time I was inclined to think one of the great fighting machines had stumbled against the house, as I had seen one stumble against the tower of Shepperton Church. And that's kind of the end of the conversation for that, so there goes the experimentation. But if you want to hear the left as well, that's all the way on the left. Our situation was so strange and incomprehensible that for 3 or 4 hours, until the dawn came, we scarcely moved. And then the light filtered in, not through the window, which remained black, but through a triangular aperture between a beam and a heap of broken bricks in the wall behind us. The interior of the kitchen we now saw greyly for the first time. The window had been burst in by a mass of garden mould, which flowed over the table upon which we had been sitting, and lay about our feet. Outside, the soil was banked high against the house. At the top of the window frame we could see an uprooted drain pipe. The floor was littered with smashed hardware. The end of the kitchen towards the house was broken into, and since the daylight shone in there, it was evident the greater part of the house had collapsed. Contrasting vividly with this ruin was the neat dresser, stained in the fashion pale green, and with a number of copper and tin vessels below it. The wallpaper imitating blue and white tiles, and a couple of coloured supplements fluttering from the walls above the kitchen range. As the dawn grew clearer, we saw through the gap in the wall the body of a Martian standing sentinel, I suppose over the still glowing cylinder. At the sight of that we crawled as circumspectly as possible out of the twilight of the kitchen into the darkness of the scullery. Abruptly the right interpretation dawned upon my mind. "The 5th cylinder," I whispered. "The 5th shot from Mars struck this house and buried us under the ruins." For a time the curate was silent, and then he whispered, "God have mercy upon us." I heard him presently whispering to himself. Save for that sound, we lay quite still in the scullery. I, for my part, scarce dared breathe, and sat with my eyes fixed on the faint light of the kitchen door. I could just see the curate's face, a dim oval shape, and his collar and cuffs. Outside there began a metallic hammering, then a violent hooting, and then again, after a quiet interval, a hissing like the hissing of an engine. These noises, for the most part problematic, continued intermittently, and seemed, if nothing, or if anything, to increase in number as time wore on. Presently a measured thudding and a vibration that made everything about us quiver, and the vessels in the pantry ring and shift, began and continued. Once the light was eclipsed and the ghostly kitchen doorway became absolutely dark for many hours. We must have crouched there, silent and shivering, until our tired attention failed. At last I found myself awake and very hungry. I am inclined to believe we must have spent the greater portion of a day before that awakening. My hunger was at a stride, so insistent that it moved me to action. I told the curate I was going to seek food, and felt my way towards the pantry. He made me no answer, but so soon as I began, even the faint noise I made stirred him up, and I heard him crawling after me. Oh, whose are those cute emotes by? Hollywood. Do they make ASMR as well? Let me just quickly check, because I'm interested. Oh, they've streamed Fortnite. Letting out your anger can be a form of relaxation as well. So, could in a way be said it's ASMR-like. Oh, that's a bit of a stretch, isn't it? Oh, well. Oh, a friend of yours. Well, I do love the emotes as well. They're very cute. Remind me of the emotes I've got of my favorite bald men on Twitch. The lovely Dense Gaming. You may know him, he's not a small streamer like the circles we're in. Oh, the descriptions that they played Fortnite, because they've probably been in that category. Because I think that about section was auto-created by Twitch, and it does that based on which categories they've been in. But if you've never seen her play Fortnite, her or him, I don't know, it was but yeah, it's at Fortnite. Maybe I had the wrong channel even. Hold on. Hollywood underscore. Oh wait, is that 2 underscores? See, I think I had 1 underscore. There we go. Ah, there is a bit more info as well. What does he normally stream? Oh, Outlast. That's a bit ago, but let me just drop a follow. I like me some spooky games. It is 2 underscores. Yeah, see, that's why I said her at first. Hollywood with 1 underscore at the and that's why I said Fortnite. But Hollywood with 1 underscore had a bit different the profile pic. Hey, Billistan, thank you for the follow. Hope your weekend is starting off great. And I probably shouldn't comment too much on appearances, but I love his eyes. I try usually not to comment on appearance, just in the case I may sound a bit creepy or anything like that. All in good faith. He's got some beautiful eyes. And a lovely smile, might I add. But yeah, I hope I might be able to catch him live sometime as well then. Because the emotes are very cute indeed. Yeah, Holly's eyes. I mean, not to say that I don't like my own bit darker eyes, but I love the glow and some lighter eyes. Sounds good, sounds good. I mean, you might not even see my eyes that well. I'm a bit of a squinter. My eyes are usually very small and beady in my head, and they're very sunken back as well. And a bit hidden behind the glasses, maybe. Let me, since we're in between chapters anyways, just chatting, I can put my glasses off for a bit. Small disclaimer, whilst my glasses are off, I don't see anything, so I won't be responding to chat. Yeah, I can talk about hating brown eyes. Just read that one. See, I can't even really check in OBS how this looks, but there you go. I've got pretty dark brown eyes as well. But I don't know, it's never really quite bothered me. You can't really, I mean, you can always get colored lenses or the likes, but after all, it's who you are. And there's nothing wrong with brown eyes. They're nice and lovely as well. You know what, I said I wouldn't see anything. I see a new comment. I can't read it, but I do see it. But yeah, alright. That's enough of my eyes. Oh, your eyes are too bad for contact lenses. Sorry to hear that. Yeah, I'm not sure if mine are as well or not. My eyesight isn't the worst, so I probably could have colored lenses, but I don't know. I'm kind of a bit more. I just like wearing glasses in general, anyways. I guess you could wear non-prescription colored lenses under glasses. But yeah, going all that way, I don't know. There's plenty of love for warm brown eyes as well. Or some people, they have a more light, a more hazel brown. That's very lovely as well. A nice sunlight setting can be quite a sight. Alright, enough of a break though, I suppose. Hello again, 457S. And thank you for the compliments. Hope your day is going great. Hope you're having a great start to your weekend. Yeah, exactly. That's a lot to change your appearance. And don't you worry. I know a lot of people hate their brown eyes, but there's plenty of love for them out there. And well, it's probably also a slight case of it's always greener on the other side. The grass, that is, not ice. Well, ice too sometimes, I suppose, if you've got a neighbour on the other side with green ice, but alright though, let me jump into chapter 2 of the second book of the War of the Worlds. Chapter 2. What we saw from the ruined house. After eating, we crept back to the scullery, and there I must have dozed again, for when we presently I looked around, I was alone. Alright, enjoy the coffee, take care, and the breakfast. Have a nice lurk, and hopefully see you in a bit. And if not, have a great rest of your weekend. The thudding vibration continued with a worrisome persistence. I whispered for the curate several times, and at last felt my way to the door of the kitchen. It was still daylight, and I perceived him across the room, lying against the triangular wall that looked out upon the marshes. His shoulders were hunched, so that his head was hidden from me. I could hear a number of noises, almost like those in an onion shed, and the place rocked with a beating thud. Through the aperture in the wall, I could see the top of a tree touched with gold and the warm blue of a tranquil evening sky. For a minute or so I remained watching the curate, and then I advanced, crouching and stepping with extreme care amid the broken crockery that littered the floor. I touched the curate's leg, and he started so violently that a mass of plaster went sliding down outside and fell with a loud impact. I gripped his arm, fearing he might cry out, and for a long time we crouched motionless. Then I turned to see how much of our rembrandts remained. The detachment of the plaster had left a vertical slit open in the debris, and by raising myself cautiously across a beam, I was able to see out of this gap into what had been overnight a quiet suburban roadway. Vast indeed was the change that we beheld. The fifth cylinder must have fallen right into the midst of the house we had first visited. The building had finished, completely smashed, pulverized and dispersed by the blow. The cylinder lay now far beneath the original foundations, deep in a hole already vastly larger than the pit I had looked into at that walking. The earth all around it had splashed under the tremendous impact. Splashed is the only word, and lay in heaped piles that hid the masses of the adjacent houses. It had behaved exactly like mud under the violent blow of a hammer. Our house had collapsed backward. The front portion, even on the ground floor, had been destroyed completely. By a chance the kitchen and scullery had escaped, and stood buried now under soil and ruins. Closed in by tons of earth and on every side, save towards the cylinder. Over that aspect we hung now on the very edge of the great circular pit the Martians were engaged in making. The heavy beating sound was evidently just behind us, and ever and again a bright green vapour drove up like a veil across the people. The cylinder was already opened in the centre of the pit, and on the farther edge of the pit, amid the smashed and gravel-heaped shrubbery, one of the great fighting machines, deserted by its occupants, stood stiff and tall against the evening sky. At first I scarcely noticed the pit and the cylinder, although it has been convenient to describe them first on account of the extraordinary glittering mechanisms I saw busy in the excavation, and on account of the strange creatures that were crawling slowly and painfully across the heaped mould near it. Alright, hold on. Let me mute for a second to pour some water into my glass. One day I'm certain I'll probably forget to mute, or mute the wrong source in OBS. But I will. Also, I didn't even check back then, but that's a lovely emote as well. 457s. Just by a channel named Doge. Probably a big streamer. Have to check him out someday. Always loved seeing and checking on some cute emotes. The mechanism it certainly was that held my attention first. It was one of those complicated fabrics that have since been called handling machines, and the study of which has already given such an enormous impetus to terrestrial invention. As it dawned upon me first, it presented a sort of metallic spider with 5 jointed agile legs, and with an extraordinary number of jointed levers, bars, and reaching and clutching tentacles about its body. Most of its arms were retracted, but with 3 long tentacles it was fishing out a number of rods, plates, and bars which lined the covering and apparently strengthened the walls of the cylinder. These, as it extracted them, were lifted out and deposited upon a level surface of earth behind it. Its motion was so swift, complex and perfect, that at first I did not see it as a machine. In spite of its metallic glitter, the fighting machines were coordinated and animated to an extraordinary pitch, but nothing to compare with this. People who have never seen these structures and have only the ill-imagined efforts of artists or the imperfect descriptions of such eyewitnesses as myself to go upon, scarcely realize that living quality. I recall particularly the illustration of one of the first pamphlets to give a consecutive account of the war. The artist had evidently made a hasty study of one of the fighting machines, and there his knowledge ended. He presented them as tilted stiff tripods, without either flexibility or subtlety, and with an altogether misleading monotony of effects. The pamphlet containing these renderings had a considerably vague, and I mention them here simply to warn the reader against the impression they may have created. They were no more like Martians I saw in action than a Dutch doll is like a human being. To my mind, the pamphlet would have been much better without them. That's an interesting saying that speaks out to me. Why is he talking about a Dutch doll in particular? I mean, I know we have those very old, to most quite creepy probably, dolls. But I didn't quite know, or don't quite know, if they're particularly Dutch. Maybe. I mean, I've seen those dolls featured as well, on mostly horror shows-ish and stuff, because people mostly consider them creepy. I don't know, maybe it's even different dolls that it's talking about. Oh well. At first I say the handling machine did not impress me as a machine, but as a crab-like creature with a glittering integument, the controlling Martian whose delicate tentacles actuated its movements, seeming to be simply the equivalent of the crab's cerebral portion. But then I perceived the resemblance of its grey-brown, shiny, leathery integument to that of the other sprawling bodies beyond, and the true nature of this dexterous workman dawned upon me. With that realization, my interest shifted to those other creatures, the real Martians. Already I had a transient impression of these, and the first nausea no longer obscured my observation. Moreover, I was concealed and motionless, and under no urgency of action. They were, I now saw, the most unearthly creatures it is possible to conceive. They were huge round bodies, or rather heads, about 4 feet in diameter, each body having in front of it a face. This face had no nostrils indeed. The Martians do not seem to have had any sense of smell, but had a pair of large, dark-colored eyes, and just beneath this a kind of fleshy beak. In the back of this head or body, I scarcely know how to speak of it, was the single tight tympanic surface, since known to be anatomically an ear, though it must have been almost useless in our dense air. In a group around the mouth were 16 slender, almost whip-like tentacles, arranged in 2 bunches of 8 each. These bunches have since been named rather aptly by that distinguished anatomist Professor House, the ants. Even as I saw these Martians for the first time, they seemed to be endeavouring to erase themselves on these hands, but of course with the increased weight of terrestrial conditions, this was impossible. There is a reason to suppose that on Mars they may have progressed upon them with some facility. The internal anatomy, I may remark here, as dissection has since shown, was almost equally simple. The greater part of the structure was the brain, sending enormous nerves to the eyes, ear and tactile tentacles. Beside this were the bulky lungs into which the mouth opened, and the heart and its vessels. The pulmonary distress caused by the denser atmosphere and greater gravitational attraction was only too apparent in the convulsive movements of the outer skin. Alright, let me just catch my breath again for a second. And this was the sum of the Martian organs, strange as it may seem to a human being. All the complex apparatus of digestion, which makes up the bulk of our bodies, did not exist in the Martians. They were heads, merely heads. Entrails they had none. They did not eat, much less digest. Instead they took the fresh living blood of other creatures and injected it into their own veins. I have myself seen this being done, as I shall mention in its place. But squeamish as I may seem, I cannot bring myself to describe what I could not endure even to continue watching. Let it suffice to say, blood obtained from a still living animal, in most cases from a human being, was run directly by means of a little pipette into the recipient canal. Yeah, I'm quite glad as well the author isn't going into more detail there. The bare idea of this is no doubt horribly repulsive to us, but at the same time I think that we should remember how repulsive our carnivorous habits would seem to an intelligent rabbit. The physiological advantages of the practice of injection are undeniable, if one thinks of the tremendous waste of human time and energy occasioned by heating the digestive process. Our bodies are half made up of glands and tubes and organs, occupied in turning heterogeneous food into blood. The digestive processes and their reaction upon the nervous system sap our strength and colour our minds. Men go happy or miserable as they have healthy or unhealthy livers, or sound gastric glands. But the Martians were lifted above all these organic fluctuations of mood and emotion. Very interesting. We're going quite deep into the workings of these Martians now. Their undeniable preference for men as their source of nourishment is partly explained by the nature of the remains of the victims they had brought with them as provisions from Mars. These creatures, to judge from the shriveled remains that have fallen into human hands, were bipeds with flimsy silicious skeletons, almost like those of the silicious sponges, and feeble musculature, standing about 6 feet high and having round, erect heads and large eyes in flinty sockets. 2 or 3 of these seem to have been brought in each cylinder, and all were killed before Earth was reached. It was just as well for them, for the mere attempt to stand upright upon our planet would have broken every bone in their bodies. That's very interesting as well, describing other life on Mars. I wonder if those creatures are seen in the movie as well, or those provisions the Martians took with them apparently. I want to go watch the movie once I'm done with reading this sometime. It's actually on the to watch list on the movie night with or for the movie night on the community that I do movie night with. That's over at Fox and Kins if anyone is wondering. Now I've been reading so well, but my own words I stumble and crumble on over. Alright. And while I am engaged in this description, I may add in this place certain further details which, although they were not all evident to us at the time, will enable the reader who is unacquainted with them to form a clearer picture of these offensive creatures. Let me just catch a big breath of air first. Oh, and Tom Tuts, I'm very sorry I didn't catch your follow. But thank you for the follow if you're still here. That's 14 minutes ago by now, but I'm very swept up in the reading, and my follows are kind of out of my eyesight. It's past my glasses, it's through here, my peripheral vision. So sometimes I may notice something purple popping up there, but sometimes I also won't. In 3 other points, their physiology differed strangely from ours. Their organisms did not sleep any more than the heart of man sleeps, since they had no extensive muscular mechanism to recuperate. That periodical extinction was unknown to them. They had little or no sense of fatigue, it would seem. On Earth they could never have moved without effort, yet even to the last they kept in action. In 24 hours they did 24 hours of work, as even on Earth is perhaps the case with the ants. Hello there, Gabe, how do you do? Hope you're doing well. Hope you're having a great and relaxing start to your weekends. And if you're just popping on in, I'm reading The War of the Worlds, quite far in. This is the second book, chapter 2. We're just getting into the workings of the different creatures from Mars. In 3 other points their physiology differed strangely from ours. Their organisms did not sleep any more than the heart of man sleeps, since they had no extensive muscular mechanisms to recuperate. That periodical extinction was unknown to them. They had little or no sense of fatigue, it would seem. On Earth they could never have moved without effort, Yet even to the last I kept in action. I just went back a paragraph, didn't I? Not paying enough attention. In 24 hours they did 24 hours of work, as even on Earth is perhaps the case with the end. And hello, Gwen Factor. Hope you're having a great start to your weekend. Although, if it's 5 AM and you're still awake, I'm sorry to hear that. Hope you can get some great sleep soon. And hope that doesn't mess up the rest of your weekend for you. In the next place, wonderful as it seems in a sexual world, the Martians were absolutely without sex, and therefore without any of the tumultuous emotions that arise from the difference among men. A young Martian, there can now be no dispute, was really born upon Earth during the war, and it was found attached to its parent, partially buried off, just as young lily bulbs bud off, or like the young animals in the freshwater polyp. Also, that's interesting. I guess this book might be from around the time that England and the author was quite a bit of a prude. In man, in all the higher terrestrial animals, such a method of increase has disappeared. But even on this earth, it was certainly the primitive method. Among the lower animals, up even to those first cousins of the vertebrated animals, the tunicates, the two processes occur side by side, but finally the sexual method superseded its competitor altogether. On Mars, however, just the reverse has apparently been the case. Hello there, Jedi, how are you doing? Let me see how long this chapter still is. It's a decent bit. Would you mind if I finish the chapter, Jerry, and then do your card reading? Also, do you want a random card then? Also, thank you for lurking about. You know what? It's not quite that much of a story, it's more just explaining the workings of the Martians. I don't really mind doing this mid-chapter for you. So let me just do it now. I hope the dog barking outside isn't too bad. It should be pretty muffled here. I'm pretty sure you've all said before that sounds louder than this you haven't heard. Oh, you're learning how to Discord and all the modding side of it as well then. Discord can be quite a learning curve, I feel. Because there's some things, I mean, I'm just like, well, you just click on that and that does that. But those things you click on, they're just icons. They're not really explained to you what they're supposed to do. Alright though. Let me give my tarot deck a bit of a shuffle. As quietly and gentle as I can. And as well as I can, which isn't quite that well. Which makes me rather happy that the shuffling is happening quite off camera. Alright. And as you may have seen me do before, I'll just terribly badly fan out the deck And for a random card, pick a random one out of it. Let me just see real quick which one it is. There we go. It's the Seven of Wands. And I'll have to read in a sec what that's all about. Hello, Segros Sec. And thank you for keeping me hydrated, JD. But yeah, good for a start. Is to just take in the card art first. This one's quite simplistic to some of the other art in the set. But I quite like this one as well. It's a nice light in the darkness. Makes me think it'll be a positive card, maybe. Unless it's more about the darkness creeping in around this little light. But also, Doomdog, thank you very much for the follow. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're having a great and amazing start to your weekend. Let me see the Seven of Wands. The Seven of Wands, courage and inner strength. A single one stands tall, ablaze with such light, the others fall away in shadow. Such is the story of the Seven of Wands. You will not find any strength or support from others, only yourself. It's time to be truly courageous and stand up for your beliefs. You may feel overwhelmed with caution and fear, but your internal fire will guide the way. Well, I would have offered teaching you a bit about Discord there, JD. But if the Arcana and the cards are talking about that, sounds like you'll have to figure out Discord on your own. Maybe it's talking about something else though, I don't know. You can apply it to anything in your life, anything that's going on, anything you think that advice might help with. Being courageous and listening to your own guts and doing it your own. Also, if you do have any questions about Discord, don't be afraid to ask. Sorry, Arcana, but come on now. Where can I put the deck of cards? Oh boy. Just put them down here. That's great. Thank you, Doomdog. Alright, let me jump back into the War of the Worlds. We're just getting a bit of a description on the Martian creatures that have invaded the Earth. It is worthy of remark that a certain speculative writer of quasi-scientific repute, writing long before the Martian invasion, did forecast for man a final structure not unlike the actual Martian condition. His prophecy, I remember, appeared in November or December 1893 in a long-defunct publication. The Pall Mall Budget, and I recall the caricature of it in a pre-Martian periodical called Punch. Hello there, Jenna. Although, I'm sorry, Donut, I don't have a book command, but I'm reading The War of the Worlds by H.G. Wells. And I'll just be my own bot, there you go. Maybe I should set up the bot for a bit longer books like this, that'd be good. But there you go, you can find it there. It is worthy, wait, I was in the midst of this paragraph, there we go. He pointed out, writing in a foolish, facetious tone, that the perfection of mechanical appliances must ultimately supersede limbs. The perfection of chemical devices digestion, that such organs as hair, external nose, teeth, ears and chin were no longer essential parts of the human being, and that the tendency of natural selection would lie in the direction of their steady diminution through the coming ages. The brain alone remained a cardinal necessity. Only one other part of the body had a strong case for survival, and that was the hand, teacher and agent of the brain. While the rest of the body dwindled, the hands would grow larger. There is many a true word written in jest, and here in the Martians we have beyond dispute the actual accomplishment of such a suppression of the animal side of the organism by the intelligence. To me it is quite credible that the Martians may be descended from beings not unlike ourselves, by a gradual development of brain and hands, the latter giving rise to the two bunches of delicate tentacles at last, at the expense of the rest of the body. Without the body, the brain would, of course, become a mere selfish intelligence, without any of the emotional substratum of the human being. The last salient point in which the systems of these creatures differed from ours was in what one might have thought a very trivial particular. Microorganisms, which cause so much disease and pain on Earth, have either never appeared on Mars or Martian sanitary. Science eliminated them ages ago. 100 diseases, all the fevers and contagions of human life, consumption, cancers, tumours, and such morbidities, never enter the scheme of their life. And speaking of the differences between the life on Mars and terrestrial life, I may allude here to the curious suggestions of the red weed. Apparently the vegetable kingdom in Mars, instead of having green for a dominant colour, is of a vivid blood red tint. At any rate, the seeds which the Martians intentionally or accidentally brought with them gave rise in all cases to red-coloured growths. Only that known popularly as the red weed, however, gained any footing in competition with terrestrial forms. The red creeper was quite a transitory growth, and few people have seen it growing. For a time, however, the red weed grew with astonishing vigour and luxuriance. It spread up the sides of the pit by the 3rd or 4th day of our imprisonment, and its cactus-like branches formed a carmine fringe to the edges of our triangular window. And afterwards I found it broadcast throughout the country, and especially wherever there was a stream of water. The Martians had what appears to have been an auditory organ, a single round drum at the back of the head body, and eyes with a visual range not very different from ours, except that according to Phillips, blue and violet were as black to them. It is commonly supposed that they communicated by sounds and tentacular gesticulations. This is asserted, for instance, in the able but hastily compiled pamphlet, written evidently by someone not an eyewitness of Martian actions, to which I have already alluded, and which so far has been the chief source of information concerning them. Now no surviving human being saw so much of the Martians in action as I did. I take no credit to myself for an actions, but the fact is so, and I assert that I watched them closely time after time, and that I have seen 4, 5, and once 6 of them sluggishly performing the most elaborately complicated operations, together without either sound or gesture. Their peculiar hooting invariably preceded fearing. It had no modulation and was, I believe, in no sense a signal, but merely the expiration of air preparatory to the suctional operation. I have a certain claim to at least an elementary knowledge of psychology, and in this matter I am convinced, as firmly as I am convinced of anything, that the Martians interchange thoughts without any physical intermediation. And I have been convinced of this in spite of strong preconceptions before the Martian invasion. As an occasional reader here or there may remember, I have written some little vehemence against the telepathic theory. The Martians wore no clothing. Their conceptions of ornament and decorum were necessarily different from ours, and not only were they evidently much less sensible of changes of temperature than we are, but changes of pressure do not seem to have affected their health at all seriously. Yet though they wore no clothing, it was in the other artificial additions to their bodily resources that their great superiority over men lay. We men with our bicycles and road skates, our lentil soaring machines, our guns and sticks and so forth, are just in the beginning of the evolution that the Martians have worked out. Oh, hello, Immune. Sorry about that. Hope it's working out. Hope it's not on my side, nor Twitch's. Or well, hope it's on Twitch's side actually. Then it's not on your side, nor on mine. Although if it's on Twitch's side, that's a bit of a bother. Hello, Shuddering Rourke. How are you doing? I recognize that name from a lot of places, but I'm not entirely certain where exactly. Hope you're doing well. And hello, Immune. Glad to see that maybe... Oh, it's just your internet. Well, sorry to hear that. Hope your internet gets better then. Some point. Or hope you can get it fixed. Alright, let me see. I missed some follows whilst reading. I'm not quite perceptive enough. Tornado Silas, thank you for the follow a little bit back. Hope you're doing great and you're having a great start to your weekend. And Shuddering Rourke and Immune Pencil, thank you both for a follow as well. Same to you. Have a great start of your weekend, I hope. For everyone just joining, I've been reading The War of the Worlds. And I think, I started on the second book in The War of the Worlds today. And the second chapter of that has been somewhat diving into the workings of the Martians that have invaded the Earth. Seems a bit more of a wrap-up book. Let me see though, where were I? We men with our bicycles and road skates, our lentil soaring machines, our guns and sticks and so forth, are just in the beginning of the evolution that the Martians have worked out. They have become practically mere brains, wearing different bodies according to their needs, just as men wear suits of clothes and take a bicycle in a hurry, or an umbrella in the wet. And of their appliances, perhaps nothing is more wonderful to a man than the curious fact that whereas the dominant feature of almost all human devices in mechanism is absent, the will is absent. Among all the things they brought to earth, there is no trace or suggestion of their use of wheels. One would have at least expected it in locomotion. And in this connection it is curious to remark that even on this earth nature has never hit upon the wheel, or has preferred other expedients to its development. And not only did the Martians either not know of, which is incredible, or abstain from the wheel, but in their apparatus singularly little use is made of the fixed pivot or relatively fixed pivot, with circular motions, thereabout confined to one plane. Almost all the joints of the machinery present a complicated system of sliding parts, moving over small but beautifully curved friction bearings. And while upon this matter of detail it is remarkable that the long leverages of the machines are in most cases actuated by a sort of sham musculature of the discs in an elastic sheath. These discs become polarized and drawn closely and powerfully together when traversed by a current of electricity. In this way the curious parallelism to animal motions, which was so striking and disturbing to the human beholder, was attained. Such quasi-muscles abounded in the crab-like handling machine which, on my first peeping out of the slit, I watched unpacking the cylinder. It seemed infinitely more alive than the actual Martians lying beyond it in the sunset light, panting, stirring ineffectual tentacles, and moving feebly after their fast journey across space. While I was still watching their sluggish motions in the sunlight, and noting each strange detail of their form, the curate reminded me of his presence by pulling violently at my arm. I turned to a scowling face and silent, eloquent lips. He wanted the slit which had permitted only one of us to peep through, and so I had to forego watching them for a time while he enjoyed that privilege. Also, thank you for the compliment, by the way, Shattering. I didn't say thanks when first reading it. Sorry for that. Oh, thank you very much, Shattering. I don't know. My beard is a bit more organized now, I feel, since I had a shower early this morning. My hair's been getting a bit rowdy when it's dry at the very least. When I water it, it is very workable. I mean, you can even now see that it's a bit unkempt and could use a bit more work. But it's doing alright, and I need to not lift my head up too high. And I'll show it real quick, but I need to start keeping it up there a little bit as well. Also donut niter actually, although I get it a lot. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Shattering. I had to lose your beard for that, or your hair as well. But yeah, my accent, It's not from where I'm from, at the very least. I don't know, maybe I'll get into that in a sec. I've got one paragraph left in the chapter. Let me quickly do that first. I'm from the Netherlands, though. When I looked again, the busy handling machine had already put together several of the pieces of apparatus it had taken out of the cylinder into a shape having an unmistakable likeness to its own. And down on the left the busy little digging mechanism had come into view, emitting jets of green vapour and working its way around the pit, excavating and embanking in a methodical and discriminating manner. This it was which had caused the regular beating noises and the rhythmic shocks that had kept the ruinous refuge quivering. It piped and whistled as it worked. So far as I could see, the thing was without a directing motion at all. Alright, that's the end of that chapter. I'll be starting chapter 3 in a bit. But let me pour out some water real quick. Alright, let's just do some just chilling for a little bit in between chapters. Hey Iron Man, how do you do? Hope you're doing well. Let me stretch my everything for a bit as well. But yeah, my accent is a bit all over the place. I think I fluctuate in accent as well, in which I use. At the very least, don't have a very obvious Dutch accent. Yeah, I don't know. I think, or what I usually say, my accent mainly originated from growing up and not being taught English by my parents, since it's another native language here. But growing up and learning it from TV shows and people online. So, well, there's plenty of different accents being spoken on TV shows. And that's probably why my accent is a mishmash of a lot of different things as well. That's kind of my thought on why my accent might be a weird amalgamation of a couple of different things. Alright. Let me get into chapter 3. The days of imprisonment. The arrival of a second fighting machine drove us from our people into the scullery, for we feared that from his elevation the Martian might see down upon us behind our barrier. At a later date we began to feel less in the danger of their ice, for to an eye in the dazzle of the sunlight outside our refuge must have been blank blackness. But at first the slightest suggestion of approach drove us into the scullery in heart-throbbing retreat. Yet terrible as was the danger we incurred, the attraction of peeping was for both of us irresistible. and I recall now with a sort of wonder that, in spite of the infinite danger in which we were between starvation and a still more terrible death, we could yet struggle bitterly for that horrible privilege of sight. We would race across the kitchen in a grotesque way between the eagerness and the dread of making a noise, and strike each other, and thrust and kick, within a few inches of exposure. The fact is that we had absolutely incomparable dispositions and habits of thought and action, and our danger and isolation only accentuated the incompatibility. At Helford I had already come to hate the curate's trick of helpless exclamation, his stupid rigidity of mind, his endless muttering monologue vitiated every effort I made to think out a line of action, and drove me at times, thus pent up and intensified, almost to the verge of craziness. He was as lacking in restraint as a silly woman. He would weep for hours together, and I verily believe that to the very end the spoiled child of life thought his weak tears in some way efficacious. And I would sit in the darkness unable to keep my mind off him by reason of his importunities. He ate more than I did, and it was in vain I pointed out that our only chance of life was to stop in the house until the Martians had done with their bits. That, in that long patience, a time might presently come when we should need food. He ate and drank impulsively in heavy meals at long intervals. He slept little. It is disagreeable for me to recall and write these things, but I set them down that my story may lack nothing. Those who have escaped the dark and terrible aspects of life will find my brutality, my flash of rage, in our final tragedy. Easy enough to blame, for I know what is wrong as well as any, but not what is possible to tortured men. But those who have been under the shadow, who have gone down at last to elemental things, will have a wider charity. And while within we fought at our dark dim contest of whispers, snatched food and drink, and gripping hands and blows, without in the pitiless sunlight of the terrible June, was the strange wonder, the unfamiliar routine of the Martians in the pit. Let me return to those first new experiences of mine. After a long time I ventured back to the people, to find that the newcomers had been reinforced by the occupants of no fewer than 3 of the fighting machines. These last had brought with them certain fresh appliances that stood in an orderly manner about the cylinder. The second handling machine was now completed, and was busied in serving one of the novel contrivances the big machine had brought. This was a body resembling a milk can in its general form, above which oscillated a pear-shaped receptacle, and from which a stream of white powder flowed into a circular envelope. The oscillatory motion was imparted to this by one tentacle of the handling machine. With 2 spatulate hands the handling machine was digging out and flinging masses of clay into the pear-shaped receptacle above, while with another arm it periodically opened the door and removed rusty and blackened clinkers from the middle part of the machine. Another steely tentacle directed the powder from the basin along a ripped channel towards some receiver that was hidden from me by the mound of bluish dust. From this unseen receiver, a little thread of green smoke rose vertically into the quiet air as I looked at the handling machine with a faint and musical clinking, extended telescopic fashion, a tentacle that had been a moment before a mere blunt projection, until its end was hidden behind a mound of clay. In another second it had lifted a bar of white aluminum into sight, untarnished as yet. And shining dazzlingly, and deposited it into a growing stack of bars that stood at the side of the pit. Between sunset and starlight, this dexterous machine must have made more than 100 such bars out of the crude clay, and the mound of bluish dust rose steadily until it topped to the side of the pit. And here, Francisci, watch out for the fire. No need, my friend. It's all a game of perspective. This fire is yards and even miles, kilometers and lots of them away from me. And birthday cake, thank you for the follow. Hope you're doing well. And also, no worries about COVID. This little island that these people are walking on, we don't have any cases anymore. We're COVID free. Or well, the people on the island of the background, at least. Hold on, let me see real quick. The contrast between the swift and complex movements of these contrivances and the inert bending clumsiness of their masters was acute, and for days I had to tell myself repeatedly that these latter were indeed the living of the two things. Oh, that's nice to hear, birthday. Hope that's going well. I'll probably not be getting it anytime soon, unfortunately. But I'm in no way essential and in no way considered in a danger group to it, so I probably won't be getting it anytime soon. Wait, hold on. I think I read this paragraph, but let me just reread it. My mind's a bit foggy. Weekend fogginess in my mind. The contrast between the swift and complex movements of these contrivances and the inert bending clumsiness of their masters was acute, and for days I had to tell myself repeatedly that these latter were indeed the living of the two things. The curate had possession of the slit/people when the first men were brought to the pit. I was sitting below, huddled up, listening with all my ears. He made a sudden movement backward, and I, fearful that we were observed, crouched in a spasm of terror. He came sliding down the rubbish and crept beside me in the darkness, inarticulate, gesticulating, and for a moment I shared his panic. His gesture suggested the resignation of the slit, and after a little while my curiosity gave me courage, and I rose up, stepped across him, and clambered up to it. At first I could see no reason for his frantic behaviour. The twilight had now come. The stars were little and faint, but the pit was illuminated by the flickering green fire that came from the aluminum making. The whole picture was a flickering scheme of green gleams and shifting rusty black shadows, strangely trying to the ice. Over and through it all went the bats, hearing it not at all. The sprawling Martians were no longer to be seen. The mound of blue-green powder had risen to cover them from sight, and the fighting machine, with its legs contracted, crumpled and abbreviated, stood across the corner of the pit. And then, amid the clangor of the machinery, came a drifting suspicion of human voices that I entertained at first only to dismiss. Sorry, just stretching my neck for a little bit. I crouched, watching this fighting machine closely, satisfying myself now for the first time that the hood did indeed contain a Martian. As the green flames lifted, I could see the oily gleam of his integument and the brightness of his eyes. And suddenly I heard a yell and saw a long tentacle reaching over the shoulder of the machine to the little cage that hunched upon its back. Then something struggling violently, was lifted high against the sky, a black vague enigma against the starlight. And as this black object came down again, I saw by the green brightness that it was a man. Hello, there is guys meant to flow. Something close to that. And hello again, Leobardo. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're having a great start to your weekend. For an instant he was clearly visible. He was a stout, ruddy, middle-aged man, well dressed 3 days before. He must have been walking the world. A man of considerable consequence. Thank you for the fake donation, I really appreciate it. If you do want to make a real one though, there's a link to donate in the description, in the panels. Oh, and Leobardo and Pedro, thank you for the follows. They're in my peripheral vision that I just can't see. Oh, my chocolate muffins, that sounds great right about now. But no, I'm fasting till dinner. But I hope you're enjoying them. Sounds great, some coffee and some chocolate muffins. Oh, well, I'll leave it around, I don't mind. It's a nice fake donation, he's wishing us a good day. No harm, no foul, eh? But you know, I'll check my PayPal just in case, you never know. Maybe he's found the donation link below by now. Hold on, for logging in. No, nothing coming in. Oh well, there's still time, there's still time. Silver lining, yeah, possibly, I suppose. At least he wished us a good day. Oh yeah, my Discord is a two-step bother to get to. But yeah, slightly because I really don't know what else to do on my Discord chat. You're free to come join and chatter about a bit, but there's really not that much chatter going on. It's mainly for anyone that wants a Discord notification when I go live. And that's about it for now. We can always expand upon that, but I'll have to see. alright though. I could see the man's staring eyes and gleams of light on his studs and the watch chain. He vanished behind the mound, and for a moment there was silence, and then began a shrieking and a sustained and cheerful hooting from the Martians. I love but hate how in detail he's going on the Martians. But oh well. I slid down the rubbish, struggled to my feet, clapped my hands over my ears, and bolted into the scullery. The curate, who had been crouching silently with his arms over his head, looked up as I passed, cried out quite loudly at my desertion of him, and came running after me. Also, let me be educative for all for a meaning. Let me look up scullery, because I think it might be a bit all-lowered. Oh, thank you, birthday. I'm probably, hopefully, finishing up The War of the Worlds soon. It's been a great book so far, a great read. Alright, it isn't old words, not just a British thing that I'm not getting. A scullery, a small kitchen or room at the back of a house, used for washing dishes and other dirty household work. And today I learned. That night, as we lurked in the scullery, balanced between our horror and the terrible fascination this peeping had, although I felt an urgent need of the action, I tried in vain to conceive some plan of escape. But afterwards, during the second day, I was able to consider our position with great clearness. The curate, I found, was quite incapable of discussion. This new and culminating atrocity had robbed him of all vestiges of reason or forethought. Practically he had already sunk to the level of an animal. But as the saying goes, I gripped myself with both hands. It grew upon my mind once I could face the facts. That terrible as our position was, there was as yet no justification for absolute despair. Our chief chance lay in the possibility of the Martians making the pit nothing more than a temporary encampment, or even if they kept it permanently, they might not consider it necessary to guard it, and a chance of escape might be afforded us. I also weighed very carefully the possibility of our digging a way out in a direction away from the pit, but the chances of our emerging within sight of some sentinel fighting machine seemed at first too great, and I should have had to do all the digging myself. The curate would certainly have failed me. It was on the third day, if my memory serves me right, that I saw the lad killed. It was the only occasion on which I actually saw the Martians feed. After that experience I avoided the hole in the wall for the better part of a day. I went into the scullery, removed the door and spent some hours digging, with my hatchet as silently as possible. But when I had made a hole about a couple of feet deep, the loose earth collapsed noisily, and I did not dare continue. I lost heart and lay down on the scullery floor for a long time, having no spirit even to move, and after that I abandoned altogether the idea of escaping by excavation. It says much for the impression the Martians had made upon me that at first I entertained little or no hope of our escape being brought about by their overthrow through any human effort. But on the fourth or fifth night I heard a sound like heavy guns. Hello Swansea, and thank you for the follow. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're having a great and relaxing start of your weekend. It was very late in the night, and the moon was shining brightly. The Martians had taken away the excavating machine, and save for a fighting machine that stood in the remoter bank of the pit, and a handling machine that was buried out of my sight in a corner of the pit, immediately beneath my people. The place was deserted by them, except for the pale glow from the handling machine and the bars and patches of white moonlight. The pit was in darkness, and except for the clinking of the handling machine, quite still. Oh, thank you, Swansea. And birthday as well. I don't know if I ever thanked you for that compliment. I'm not great at taking compliments, but I'm trying to learn. And honestly, I should try to learn, and I'm very, very glad all the compliments people have been giving me on my voice. Because I, as many others, oftentimes suffer from imposter syndrome and the likes. Quite uncertain whether what I'm doing is up to any good quality at all. But just as I try to remind others, I should try to remember myself. I'm probably doing great just as everyone else, and there's no need to fear for the quality not being up to any alright standards. Otherwise people wouldn't be hanging about. That night was a beautiful serenity. Save for one planet, the moon seemed to have the sky to herself. I heard the dog howling, and that familiar sound it was that made me listen. Then I heard quite distinctly a booming exactly like the sound of great guns. 6 distinct reports I counted, and after a long interval 6 again, and that was all. And before going off about imposter syndrome, I should have read that last little bit, since that's the end of the 3rd chapter. So I'll just be chilling for a little bit, giving the reading sentences a short rest. Sorry, hope that wasn't too loud. I'm fumbling about with the tarot cards. Hello Jessa, how are you doing? Hope you're doing well. Hope you're having a great and relaxing start to your Saturday. And let me just see and show off some of the art on the tarot cards just in between things for a little bit. I have pulled this card before, but I don't know if you had seen it, Alexia. The High Priestess in this deck. I think it's an alright view there. I kind of do readings. I'm no psychic, I'm barely spiritual. I just like the premise of the arcana, and I love the advice that the cards can give. You know what, Sheldon Rourke, I kind of know a bit of tarot, I suppose, from the Binding of Isaac as well. But yeah, the High Priestess, I love the art on this card. It just happened to show up at the top of the deck, or bottom technically, I suppose. But yeah, I do some single card readings every now and then. I don't have much knowledge of tarot myself. Yes, Wincy, thank you for the 100 bits. Thank you so much. May you have a great and amazing weekend. But yeah, for the readings I'll either ask them whether they want a card, either a couple of numbers or a couple of counts down from the bottom or the top, and then read what the book or what the guidebook that I've got with it says for the card, and give the little bit of advice that it gives. And I also happen to just pull this one out of the deck just now, was it lying in front of me. The Father of Pentacles. I love the art on the court cards of Pentacles. Also my background remover isn't quite liking it, but over here it might be a bit better. Yeah. The court cards of the Pentacles are they're related. They're quite lovely pieces of art. I also like the coloring the artist does every now and then. The art is usually very simple in these cards, mostly just black and white, but it makes it pop out even more and even more special whenever they use a bit of coloring, like the rainbow and the antlers of the... It's just a deer. I think it's just a deer. And other little pieces of that do have color in the art. Alright, let me jump back into the fourth chapter, or jump into the fourth chapter of the second book of the War of the Worlds. Chapter 4, The Death of the Curate. 'Twas on the 6th day of our imprisonment that I peeped for the last time, and presently found myself alone. Instead of keeping close to me and trying to oust me from the slit, the curate had gone back into the scullery. I was struck by a sudden thought. Someone being louder than is good for their motorcycle outside. Then I was struck by a sudden thought. I went back quickly and quietly into the scullery. In the darkness I heard the curate drinking. I snatched in the darkness and my fingers caught a bottle of burgundy. For a few moments there was a tussle. The bottle struck the floor and broke, and I desisted and arose. We stood panting and threatening each other. Well, that just now was my stomach, but that before was the motorcycle. But I hope I muted most of it. Muted a bit later on that one, but my stomach is still making a ruckus as well, but I presume it's not that audible. Oh, those are some cute frogs, shattering rock. In the end, I planted myself between him and the food and told him of my determination to begin in discipline. I divided the food in the pantry into rations to last us 10 days. Alright, if you heard that rumbling, that was my stomach. I would not let him eat any more that day. In the afternoon he made a feeble effort to get at the food. I had been dozing, but in an instant I was awake. All day and all night we sat face to face, I weary but resolute, and he weeping and complaining of his immediate hunger. It was, I know, a night and a day, but to me it seems now, an interminable length of time. And so our widened incompatibility ended at last in open conflict. For 2 vast days we struggled in undertones and wrestling contests. There were times when I beat and kicked him madly, times when I cajoled and persuaded him, and once I tried to bribe him with the last bottle of Burgundy. For there was a rainwater pump from which I could get water, but neither force nor kindness availed. He was indeed beyond reason. He would neither desist from his attacks on the food, nor from his noisy babbling to himself. The rudimentary precautions to keep our imprisonment endurable he would not observe. Slowly I began to realize the complete overthrow of his intelligence, to perceive that my sole companion in this close and sickly darkness was a man insane. From certain vague memories I am inclined to think my own mind wandered at times. I had strange and hideous dreams whenever I slept. It sounds paradoxical, but I am inclined to think that the weakness and insanity of the curate warned me, praised me, and kept me a sane man. Yeah, I feel that might be kind of striking for us in nowadays days. For the people that have been spending their days quite alone during COVID times, just inside. Sometimes we'd wish we'd even have an insane man like the curate beside us to converse with every now and then. I mean, I would at least. I mean, thus I live with my father. My relationship with him is a bit weird. Dear Lord. My stomach isn't quieting down, it seems. But yeah, my relationship with my father is good. We're friendly and nice to each other, but we don't really talk that much, which might seem weird to a lot. We love each other dearly nonetheless. But, yeah, it kind of does make me want for someone to talk to. And I do talk to him, but no, we go on. You know what? Also, isn't that audible? It has been going quite a bit. And I've got you, definitely. That's part of why I do like streaming. It gives some way of talking at the very least. But yeah, for people who have been following me on Twitter, they may have seen the post I made quite a while back of how relieved I was to have been to the dentist like last week, I think it was, or maybe it was early this week. But just because I got to see some other people again in real life. Well, that's good to hear. I like that. Alright, and hey, for a little snack. It's not nutritious at all, but if you want me to have a little snack, I'll have a Birdie Bots bean, jelly bean. Let me just mute real quick for getting it out, otherwise it may be a bit noisy. and I honestly don't think this is one with a good taste, but whatever, when we pull out of the packet, we try. Yellow with white specks, so people that know the Birdie Bots jelly bean line may know the taste already. Actually, never mind, that is lemon. That's all for snacking though. We're fasting till dinner. I don't know why. Alright though. Yeah. I mean, it's kinda that candy-like lemon taste that these jelly beans have. I've been trying to lose weight, so that's a snack to me right now. I'm not dieting too harshly or whatever, but that is a snack to me at the moment. Also, let me jump back into the curate turning insane, or so it seems. On the 8th day, he began to talk aloud instead of whispering, and nothing I could do would moderate his speech. It is just, O God, he would say over and over again. It is just. On me and mine be the punishment laid. We have sinned, we have fallen short. This is a long speech by the curate, hold on. There was poverty, sorrow, the poor were trodden in the dust, and I held my peace. I preached acceptable folly. My God, what folly! When I should have stood up, though I died for it, and called upon them to repent, repent, oppressors of the poor and needy, the winepress of God. Yeah, well, if they start ranting off like that, they're probably indeed a bit far gone. Well, yeah, I don't know why. I'm just not quite up for a snack right now. Just kind of set my mind up, going through till dinner. And hopefully, fasting till dinner also helps a little bit for weight loss. Probably not too much, it's only when you actually fast in a good committed schedule that it kind of does, I think, but one can always hope. Hello Omar, how do you do? Hope your day is going well, hope your day is going great. I was just reading the curate that our main guy is locked up with in the house, going insane, or so it seems. Then he would suddenly revert to the matter of the food I withheld from him, praying, begging, weeping, at last threatening. He began to raise his voice. I prayed him not to. He perceived the hold on me. He threatened he would shout and bring the Martians upon us. Hello, Dev Expert. Hope you are doing well and having a great and amazing start to your weekend as well. Sorry, my nose is itchy. For a time that scared me, but any concession would have shortened our chance of escape beyond estimating. I defied him, although I felt no assurance that he might not do this thing. But that day, at any rate, he did not. He talked with his voice rising slowly through the greater part of the 8th and 9th days. Threats and entreaties mingled with a torrent of half-sane, and all of his frothy repentance for his fake and sham of God's service, such as made me pity him. Then he slept a while and began again with renewed strength, so loudly that I must needs make him desist. Be still, I implored. Oh, hold on. We're jumping into a bit of conversation again. So let me try penning it left and right again for a sec. Be still, I implored. He rose to his knees, for I had been sitting in the darkness near the copper. I have been still too long, he said in a tone that must have reached the pit, and now I must bear my witness. Woe unto this unfaithful city. Woe, woe, woe to the inhabitants of the earth by reason of the other voices of the trumpets. Shut up, I said, rising to my feet and in terror lest the Martians should hear us. For God's sake, nay, shouted the curate at the top of his voice, standing likewise and extending his arms. Speak, the word of the Lord is upon me. In 3 strides he was at the door leading into the kitchen. I must bear my witness. I go. It has already been too long delayed. I was after him. I was fierce with fear. Before he was halfway across the kitchen, I had overtaken him. With one last touch of humanity, I turned the blade back and struck him with the butt. He went headlong forward and lay stretched on the ground. I stumbled over him and stood panting. He lay still. I hope you all enjoyed that conversation and panning left and right a little bit, by the way. Let me know what you thought of it. I might have to mentally keep that in mind that I did that at 2 hours and about 26 minutes in. I have to give it a bit of a check later myself as well. Alright. Suddenly I heard a noise without, the run and smash of slipping plaster, and the triangular aperture in the wall was darkened. I looked up and saw the lower surface of a handling machine coming slowly across the hall. One of its gripping limbs curled amid the debris. Another limb appeared, feeling its way over the fallen beams. I stood petrified, staring. Then I saw through a sort of glass plate near the edge of the body of the face, as we may call it. Or I saw near the edge of the body, in the face, as we may call it, the large dark eyes of a Martian, peering, and then a long metallic snake of tentacle came feeling slowly through the hole. I turned by an effort, stumbled over the curate, and stopped at the scullery door. The tentacle was now some way 2 yards or more in the room, and twisting and turning with queer sudden movements this way and that. For a while I stood fascinated by that slow, fitful advance. Then, with a faint hoarse cry, I forced myself across the scullery. I trembled violently. I could not scarcely stand upright. I opened the door of the coal cellar and stood there in the darkness, staring at the faintly lit doorway in the kitchen, and listening. Had the Martian seen me? What was it doing now? Hello there, Chico. Hope your day is going well. Hope you're having a great and amazing start to your weekend. You have done subs for me. Well, I'm greatly honored, but don't you worry about that. There's honestly no need to give me money unless you really like my content in any way or the likes. But thank you for joining in. And if you're wondering what I'm reading, oh sure, I can scream into the microphone, hold on. There you go. Was that sufficient? I hope it was. Still feel free not to give those 10 subs though. I really would be honored, but you may like more to give the 10 subs to a streamer that does it full time. I have a full-time job of my own next to it, and I love the support, and love every single bit of it, and I'll use the money I get for upgrading my audio equipment and the likes. But yeah, thank you for the follow, Nartux. Hope you're enjoying your stay. Well, you may not have heard it, yeah, I don't know. The mic may have cut out, I'm sorry, but I did do it, so I best get on with my reading. Oh, that's definitely fairer, well, Shuddering Rourke. It kind of works the other way, doesn't it? If you want someone to do something, they're really going to assume people are ever going to give them anything after you've already done the thing you want them to do. If someone wants you to do something, they've got the leverage, not you. Or the other way around. If you want someone to do something, the other person's got leverage. But right. Reading about this man trapped inside this house next to some Martians. Something was moving to and fro there, very quietly. Every now and then it tapped against the wall, or started on its movements with a faint metallic ringing, like the movements of keys on a split ring. Then a heavy body I knew too well what was dragged across the floor of the kitchen towards the opening. Irresistibly attracted, I crept through the door and peeped into the kitchen. In a triangle of bright outer sunlight I saw the Martian, in its briars of a handling machine, scrutinizing the curate's head. I thought at once that it would infer my presence from the mark of the blow I had given him. I crept back to the coal cellar, shut the door, and began to cover myself up as much as I could, and as noiselessly as possible, in the darkness, among the firewood and coal therein. Every now and then I paused, rigid, to hear if the Martian had thrust its tentacles through the opening again. Hello, IDC the Misa. Hope your day is going great. Hope you're having a great and relaxing start to your weekend. Then the faint metallic jingle returned. I traced it slowly, feeling over the kitchen. Presently I heard it nearer in the scullery. As I judged, I thought that its length might be insufficient to reach me. I prayed copiously. It paused, scraping faintly across the cellar door. An age of almost intolerable suspense intervened. Then I heard it fumbling at the latch. It had found the door. The Martians understood doors. It worried at the catch for a minute, perhaps, and then the door opened. In the darkness I could just see the thing like an elephant's trunk more than anything else, waving towards me and touching and examining the wall, coals, wood and ceiling. It was like a black worm swaying its blind head to and fro. Once even it touched the heel of my boot. I was on the verge of screaming. I bit my hand. For a time the tentacle was silent. I could have fancied it had been withdrawn. Presently, with an abrupt click, it gripped something. I thought it had me, and seemed to go out of the cellar again. For a minute I was not sure. Apparently it had taken a lump of coal to examine. I seized the opportunity of slightly shifting my position, which had become cramped, and then listened. I whispered passionate prayers for safety. Then I heard a slow, deliberate sound creeping towards me again. Slowly, slowly it drew near, scratching against the walls and tapping the furniture. While I was still doubtful, it rapped smartly against the cellar door and closed it. I heard it go into the pantry, and the biscuit tins rattled and the bottle smashed. And then came a heavy bump against the cellar door, then silence that passed into an infinity of suspense. Had it gone? At last I decided that it had. It came into the scullery no more, but I lay all the 10th day in the close darkness, buried among coals and firewood, not daring even to crawl out for the drink for which I craved. It was the 11th day before I ventured so far from my security. Yeah, that kind of swept me up in the suspense. Very, very much enjoyed the writing there, though it was done. That's the end of that chapter, by the way. Bit of a cliffhanger. And that is very suspenseful, and I love H.G. Wells' writing so far. Well, so far, I'm basically nearly finished with this book. Let me actually see, how many chapters have we got in this one? So there's 10 chapters in the second book, and that was chapter 4 just now. So I think I'll do chapter 5 still today, and then try and do the rest tomorrow. I should be able to do a longer stream tomorrow, more akin to maybe 6 or 8 hours. And then today I'll probably reach maybe 3, maybe more towards 4. You know that Derek would be quite right. After a while, I mean, I don't think lack of food would get you there, but lack of water, dehydration, does bring hallucination, right? I'm not quite knowledgeable on the subject, but lack of food does a lot of things to you as well, but dehydration is more grave a matter. Speaking of, Rafoso, thank you for the follow, by the way, a bit back. Hope your day is going well. Hope you're having a great start to your weekend. And let me just real quick, in between chapters, turn up the crackling cozy fire. And I'll be right back after grabbing some more water to drink. And maybe I should quickly do a quick workout. I've not done any working out today. I'll do it after stream though. I'll be right back. just read back real quick. Yeah, I went to grab some water. What my pronouns are, just he and him and such. But thank you for asking. And yeah, I brought in someone who wanted some attention, so just got someone here with me for a little bit. She doesn't really purr much, so she's not much of an ASMR cat. No purring, loudly meows when she wants attention. She's really not a great choice for an ASMR cat. Right, I do need to turn the fire down a little bit more. But yeah, she's not audibly purring at all right now. She's very still. Like I know a lot of cats, I know she's very cozy and loving here right now whilst I'm holding her. But she's not purring at all. And you should be cleaning, well, I usually have the whole of Saturday as chore day. There's plenty of Saturday left. But if you should be cleaning, go clean for a bit. I'll still be here for a decent bit to go. Alright. Say goodbye to everyone real quick. I think she's pretty sleepy. But there we go. Wait, don't say what. My mind was very distracted by an attention-wanting cat. That much cleaning to do, eh? Yeah. It's always be right back, Misk. Whenever I'm not here, at least. You know, one simple trick, if cleaning turns into an all-day thing, start cleaning very late into the day, and then eventually you just have to go sleep, and the rest of the cleaning can be done tomorrow. Procrastination 101 at its finest. But alright, let me actually have a go. Ooh, chapter 5 is really short actually. Well, I'll see. Let me jump into chapter 5. Get back into this before we forget the great cliffhanger it left us off at. Chapter 5, The Stillness. My first act before I went in the pantry was to fasten the door between the kitchen and the scullery. But the pantry was empty. Every scrap of food had gone. Apparently the Martian had taken it all on the previous day. At that discovery I despaired for the first time. I took no food or no drink either, on the 11th or the 12th day. Jeez. And that means she's probably about to die of dehydration. Like he's gone 3 or 4 days without drinking now, right? That is basically at the edge for a human being, I'm pretty sure. At first my mouth and throat were parched, and my strength ebbed sensibly. I sat about in the darkness of the scullery, in a state of desperate wretchedness. My mind ran on eating. I thought I had become deaf, for the noises of movement I had been accustomed to hear from the pit had ceased absolutely. I did not feel strong enough to crawl noiselessly to the peephole, or I would have gone there. On the 12th day my throat was so painful that, taking the chance of alarming the Martians, I attacked the creaking rainwater pump that stood by the sink. I'd got a couple of glassfuls of blackened and tainted rainwater. I was greatly refreshed by this, and emboldened by the fact that no inquiring tentacle followed the noise of the pumping. During these days, in a rambling, inconclusive way, I thought much of the curate and of the manner of his death. On the 13th day I drank some more water and dozed and thought disjointedly of eating and of vague impossible plans of escape. Whenever I dozed I dreamt of horrible phantasms, of the death of the curate, or of sumptuous dinners. But asleep or awake, I felt a keen pain that urged me to drink again and again. The light that came into the scullery was no longer grey but red. To my disordered imagination it seemed the colour of blood. On the 14th day I went into the kitchen, and I was surprised to find that the fronds of the red weed had grown right across the hole in the wall, turning the half light of the place into a crimson-coloured obscurity. It was early on the 15th day that I heard a curious, familiar sequence of sounds in the kitchen, and listening identified it as the snuffing and scratching of a dog. Going into the kitchen, I saw a dog's nose peering in through a break among the ruddy fronts. This greatly surprised me. At the scent of me he barked shortly. I thought if I could induce him to come into the place quietly. I don't like where this is going, but I'm just reading the book out. I thought if I could induce him to come into the place quietly, I should be able perhaps to kill and eat him, and in any case it would be advisable to kill him, lest his actions attracted the attention of the Martians. I crept forward, saying "good dog" very softly, but he suddenly withdrew his head and disappeared. Also, I'm not really getting the feeling that the Martians would care about a dog. They've seemed not to care. Hello there, Craven. How are you doing? Hope your day is going great. Hope you're having a great and relaxing start to your weekend. I listened. I was not deaf, but certainly the pit was still. I heard a sound like the flutter of a bird's wings and a horse croaking, but that was all. 6:30. Oh, you're all the way over in the west coast, eh? At least I think that is. Yeah, I mean, yeah. Vancouver, well, westish coast, then still, right? For a long while, I read it and I started reading again, but then I lost where it was. For a long while I lay close to the people, but not daring to move aside the red plants that obscured it. Once or twice I heard a faint pitter-patter like the feet of the dog going hither and thither on the sand far below me, and there were more bird-like sounds, but that was all. At length, encouraged by the silence, I looked out. Except in the corner where a multitude of crows hopped and fought over the skeletons of the dead, the Martians had consumed. There was not a living thing in the pit. I stared about me, scarcely believing my eyes. All the machinery had gone, save for the big mound of greyish-blue powder in one corner, certain bars of aluminum in another, the black birds and the skeletons of the killed. The place was merely an empty circular pit in the sand. Slowly I thrust myself out through the red weight and stood upon the mound of rubble. I could see in any direction save behind me to the north, and neither Martians nor sign of Martians were to be seen. Yeah, this book has been great and amazing. I loved it. Or well, I'm still loving it. Loving the writing of H.G. Wells. And if you want to go read it, I don't know if you got the link earlier, but the book is in the public domain, so it's just freely accessible on sites like this, in multiple different formats. The pit dropped sheerly from my feet, but a little way along the rubbish afforded a practicable slope to the summit of the ruins. My chance of escape had come. I began to tremble. Alright, just the mute real quick for a passing tractor. Yeah, no worries. I hesitated for some time, and then, in a gust of desperate resolution, and with a heart that throbbed violently, I scrambled to the top of the mound in which I had been buried so long. Let me pour out some more water into my glass, by the way. And accidentally hit my microphone. I'm terribly sorry about that. Hope that wasn't too loud a sound. Alright. Yeah, since the microphone cover or the windshield is quite close to the color of my hoodie, it's probably popping in the windshield quite often. It's popping in and out of the fire. But oh well. Alexandra, I like that name. It's I don't know, it's just like a, I mean, you might not like fancy, but it's like, it feels like a fancy name to me. And yeah, I think you were getting your breakfast still, right? When I sent the link out earlier. I hesitated for some time, and then, in a gust of desperate resolution, and with a heart that throbbed violently, I scrambled to the top of the mound in which I had been buried so long. I looked about again, to the northward too. No Martian was visible. When I had last seen this part of Sheen in the daylight, it had been a straggling street of comfortable white and red houses, interspersed with abundant shady trees. Now I stood on a mound of smashed brickwork, clay and gravel, over which spread a multitude of wrecked cactus-shaped plants, knee-high without a solitary terrestrial grove to dispute their footing. The trees near me were dead and brown, but further a network of red threads skilled the still living stems. The neighbouring houses had all been wrecked, but none had been burnt. Their walls stood sometimes to the second story, with smashed windows and shattered doors. The red weed grew tumultuously in the roofless rooms. Below me was the great pit, with the crow struggling for its refuse. A number of other birds hopped about among the ruins. Far away I saw a gowned cat slink crouchingly along a wall, but traces of men there were none. The day seemed, by contrast with my recent confinement, dazzlingly bright, the sky a glowing blue. A gentle breeze kept the red weed that covered every scrap of unoccupied ground gently swaying, and oh, the sweetness of the air. Hello, Asad. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're having a great and relaxing start to your week. And thank you for the follow, by the way. Sorry that I missed that. Hey again, Doomlock. Yeah, it's been going well. It's been going well. Been reading on through The War of the Worlds, the second book in it. I'm still not sure how the makeup of it is, as I kind of feel like I'm not sure whether it's one book or, well, the second part is titled Book 2, so I think it is 2 books in some way, but I'm not entirely sure how the makeup of the 2 or whether they were independently solved at some point. Thank you for the follow, by the way, Mr. Salmon. And Asad, thank you for keeping me hydrated. Righto. I think that'll be all I'll be reading for today. I'll be live for another while, but then just chilling. I'll be live for like an hour at the probably for at least another hour. But I think unless this next chapter is pretty short as well though. Oh, hello Fox, how are you doing? How did your stream go? And thank you so much for the raid. And thank you, Positive Vibe Fairy. Sorry about the tractor. Hey Saber, how do you do? And hey there, Jesse. Hope you're doing well. Your weekend starting off well as well. And Kittenkin, thank you for the follow. And welcome, Bad Kyle. Hope your weekend's going great. I'm doing well, Saberwolf. I'm doing well. Got my chores done today. And been doing all the other things I've been planning for today, which is, well, Jesse, if I could, I'd consider it. I'm just saying I'd consider it though. And hey, Marine. But yeah, if you get me if you just get me the assurance or a free ticket for a hug from Saint at TwitchCon, then I'll come over and do some chores sometime. It's probably a good deal, good enough. To everyone joining that's wondering, am I still reading The War of the Worlds? I think I just got done for today. Although if people want, I could do the 6th chapter as well, real quick. It's pretty short. Well, I just got done reading for today, folks, don't worry. I'm not done streaming. If you all want some more reading though, I could quickly do the 6th chapter as well. I was thinking of just doing some just chilling instead, and then do the last 5 chapters tomorrow. Well, let's do votes for yay already, and if there's any nays, you've been too slow. Guess we do chapter 6. Let me do a quick recap for everyone that joined with the raid. The first book, since apparently The War of the Worlds is 2 books, quite detailed. The invasion of some Martians coming to Earth and the fight with them. Now in the second book, we've kind of gotten back to the main character, our first person perspective. We started off following in the first book, but then veered off from following. And there in the second book, he has been trapped in a house nearby one of the missiles that the Martians have been using to shoot down to Earth. Or well, he was already in the house and then the missile came down, trapping him there. He's currently still in there. Or, well, actually, he just got out of the house, and the Martians finally seem to have left the missile or cylinder, as they often call it, that they came down to Earth on. Hello, there's Crozy. Alright, chapter 6, The Work of 15 Days. For some time I stood tottering up on the mount regardless of my safety. Within that noisome den from which I had emerged, I had thought with a narrow intensity, only of our immediate security. I had not realized what had been happening to the world. I had not anticipated the startling vision of unfamiliar things. I had expected to see sheen in the ruins. I found about me the landscape weird and lurid of another planet. For that moment I touched an emotion beyond the common range of men, yet one that the poor brutes we dominate know only too well. I felt as a rabbit might feel returning to his burrow, and suddenly confronted by the work of a dozen busy navvies digging the foundations of a house. I felt the first inkling of a thing that presently grew quite clear in my mind, that oppressed me for many days, a sense of dethronement, a persuasion that I was no longer a master, but an animal among the animals. Under the Martian heel. With us it would be as with them, to lurk and watch, to run and hide. The fear and empire of men had passed away. And let me not forget for too long throw out a quick shout out to Fox and the Raven. If anyone was here lurking about before the raid, go give him a follow and show him some love as well. But so soon as the strangeness had been realized, it passed, and my dominant motive became the hunger of my long and dismal fast. In a direction away from the pit I saw, beyond the red-covered wall, a patch of garden ground unburied. This gave me a hint, and I went knee-deep, and sometimes neck-deep, in the red weeds. The density of the weed gave me a reassuring sense of hiding. The wall was some 6 feet high, and when I attempted to clamber it, I found I could not lift my feet to the crest. So I went along by the side of it, and came to a corner in the rockwork that enabled me to get to the top and tumble into the garden I covered. Alright, have a nice lurk, Saber, and have a nice lurk, Fox. Hope your stream went well. I'm sorry I couldn't catch much of it. And love you all as well. Even the people that may not be here right now, love you nonetheless, even if that means you won't hear it right now. Well, you know me, I'm still working for that Canadian citizenship sometime, so I need to start apologizing more often. I just need to get into the habit of it, don't mind me. Oh yeah, Misk, he's a lovely ASMR streamer as well. And nice that Steph rated him, that's nice. You are all that nice, Lord Craven. Don't you worry. Here I found some young onions, a couple of gladiolus bulbs, and a quantity of immature carrots, all of which I secured, and scrambling over a ruined wall, went on my way through scarlet and crimson trees towards school. It was like walking through an avenue of gigantic blood drops, possessed with 2 ideas: to get more food and to limp, as soon and as far as my strength permitted, out of this accursed and unearthly region of the pits. H Manatee, thank you for the follow. Guessing you came along from Steph's and then Fox's raid. How are you doing? Hope you're doing well. And I hope you can get some sleep soon. Since my memory ain't great, but I remember you're at least near Australian time zones. I'm not entirely certain whether you were Australian or New Zealandish. Wait, you just got home from party. Well, a pleasant surprise nonetheless then. Thank you for joining, thank you for the follow. Hope you're doing well. And hope you catch some great sleep in a bit, so I'm pretty sure it's pretty late there. Some way farther in the grassy place was a group of mushrooms, which also I devoured, and then I came upon a brown sheet of flowing shallow water, where meadows used to be. Also, I hope he knew whether those mushrooms were edible or not. These fragments of nourishment served only to whet my hunger. At first I was surprised at this flood in a hot, dry summer, but afterwards I discovered that it was caused by the tropical exuberance of the red wheat. Directly this extraordinary growth encountered water, its tradeway became gigantic and of unparalleled fecundity. Its seeds were simply poured down into the water of the Wey and Thames, and its swiftly growing and titanic waterfronts speedily choked both those rivers. At Putney, as I afterwards saw, the bridge was almost lost in a tangle of this weed, and at Richmond too, the Thames water poured in a broad and shallow stream across the meadows of Hampton and Twickenham. As the water spread, the weed followed them, until the ruined villas of the Thames Valley were for a time lost in this red swamp, whose margin I explored, and much of the desolation the Martians had caused was concealed. In the end, the red weed succumbed almost as quickly as it had spread, a cankering disease due, it is believed, to the action of certain bacteria presently seized upon it. Now, by the action of natural selection, all terrestrial plants have acquired a resisting power against bacterial diseases. They never succumb without a severe struggle, but the red weed rotted like a thing already dead. The fronds became bleached and then shriveled and brittle. They broke off at the least touch, and the waters that had stimulated their early growth carried their last vestiges out to sea. My first act on coming to this water was, of course, to slake my thirst. I drank a great deal of it and, moved by an impulse, gnawed some fronds of red weed. But they were watery and had a sickly metallic taste. I found the water was sufficiently shallow for me to wade securely, although the red weed impeded my feet a little. But the flood evidently got deeper towards the river, and I turned back to Mortlake. I managed to make out the road by means of occasional ruins of its villas and fences and lamps, and so presently I got out of despair and made my way to the hill, going up towards Roehampton, and came out on Putney Common. Oh, and thank you for the follow, Rexy boy. Hope you're doing great and amazing. Also sorry for the chair creaking every now and then. I'm trying to sit as still as possible, but it's just got its random creaks and I need to look for a new chair. Here the scenery changed from the strange and unfamiliar to the wreckage of the familiar. Patches of ground exhibited the devastation of a cyclone, and in a few score yards I would come upon perfectly undisturbed spaces, houses with their blinds trimly drawn and doors closed, as if they had been left for a day by the owners, or as if their inhabitants slept within. The red weed was less abundant, the tall trees along the lane were free from the red creeper. I hunted for food among the trees, finding nothing. They also raised a couple of silent houses, but they had already been broken into and ransacked. I rested for the remainder of the daylight in a shrubbery, being, in my enfeebled condition, too fatigued to push on. Stretch my back a bit, sorry. Hello there, Ash, GH, GD, not H. Close enough. Thanks for the follow, hope you're doing well. I'm terrible at names and it keeps showing and showing. All this time I saw no human beings and no signs of the Martians. I encountered a couple of hungry-looking ducks, but both hurried circuitously away from the advance as I made them. Near Roehampton I had seen 2 human skeletons, not bodies, but skeletons picked clean, and in the wood by me I found the crushed and scattered bones of several cats and rabbits and the skull of a sheep. But though I gnawed parts of these in my mouth, there was nothing to be got from them. After sunset I struggled on along the road towards Putney, where I think the heath ray must have been used for some reason, and in the garden beyond Roehampton I got a quantity of immature potatoes, sufficient to stay my hunger. From this garden one looked down upon Putney and the river. The aspect of this place in the dusk was singularly desolate. Blackened trees, black and desolate ruins, and down the hill the sheets of the flooded river. Red tinged with weed and overall silence, it filled me with indescribable terror to think how swiftly that desolating change had come. For a time I believed that mankind had been swept out of existence, and that I stood there alone, the last man left alive. Hard by the top of Putney Hill I came upon another skeleton, with the arms dislocated and removed several yards from the rest of the body. As I proceeded I became more and more convinced that the extermination of mankind was, save for such stragglers as myself, already accomplished in this part of the world. The Martians, I thought, had gone on and left the country desolated, seeking food elsewhere. Perhaps even now they were destroying Berlin or Paris, or it might be they had gone northward. Hello there, Sour. Hope you're doing well. Hope your weekend is starting off well and amazing. And that's the end of the 6th chapter, by the way. So the 7th chapter in the 2nd book of the War of the World looks quite a bit longer. I probably don't even have time for that today. I have about 30 minutes left, maybe more like an hour. But I need to start thinking about dinner and the likes. And indeed, Sour, I did miss ya earlier in Fox's stream. Hello, Golden Variety. How do you do? Hope you're having a great and amazing start to your weekend. But alright, yeah, let me change my title a little quick, because I most likely won't have time for the next chapter on this book. So let me just look for some other things to do, either tarot or maybe I'll look something else up real quick. Oh well, that's good to hear that you caught up on sleep then, Sour. There's always time for tarot indeed. Could go through the artworks for a bit. But one thought that intriguingly crossed my mind is whether maybe I could find an old Dutch book or something, a short story, to quickly read from. If you'd all be interested in hearing some Dutch. My Dutch accent is quite different, so maybe no one would like it, to be fair. Mijn Nederlands accent zou meer een beetje als dit klinken. En ik weet niet of dat goed of slecht is. There you go, that's about my Dutch accent. That would be amazing. Let me quickly see. Let me change my title as well, since I'm no longer reading the War of the Worlds today. Alright. Title updated. Let me just quickly look whether I can find any Dutch short stories. Oh wait, really, Jerry? Hello, Jerry. How are you doing? Well, hope you had a great and relaxing shower then. And welcome. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're having a great and relaxing weekend so far. I guess you're nearly halfway through it, but hope it's been great. Let me see if I can find a short Dutch short story that would be hopefully in the public domain. Oh, it's alright, Sour. Never apologize for not having made something like that. Just whenever you are there, you'll be loved very much, but never feel obligated to be there. At the very least, not all the time. Oh, the Gutenberg project actually has a couple of Dutch books, so those should be in the public domain. Indeed, you can't always be everywhere. Let me see what I've got. That is not a short story, Gutenberg, but thanks. That might be a bit long for a short story for what I'm looking for. And a lot of conversation. Yeah, this all looks pretty long as well. No, you're not garbage, Sour. And even if you were, just you remember, it's garbage can and not garbage cans. You're an amazing person. And even if you may miss a stream by Fox every now and then, it doesn't take anything away from that. Alright, this is titled Prosa, which I think is a Dutch version of poetry, or like short stories. This is pretty short. You're sure you want to hear a Dutch story? I'm pretty sure nearly no one here would actually understand it. And exactly what JD said. As long as you're having a great and relaxing day and you had a great rest, we're all happy that you did. Alright, did you all want that Dutch short story? Because I'm not sure on it, but if you want it, I can read it. Well, no yes nor nays. I'll just read them. Alright. Need to switch accents and languages for a sec. Een dag met sneeuw. Het sneeuwde in Venetië, traag, schommelend, teruggezogen door de noordoostenwind, die over de koppen der huizen heen sneed. Daalde de sneeuw als donzige veervlokken, rijzend en dalend op de arm van het spelend kind. En de donkere winkelkasten schenen donkerder en feller achter het kringelende netwerk van witte vlokken met wijde mazen, dat brokkelend neerviel op de hoofden en schouders der voortgangers. In de donkere, smalle straatjes had zich de sneeuw onder de eeuwige cadans van trippende voeten omgezet tot een smerige brei, die bij elke nieuwe witte vlok sopperiger en troebeler werd. We're pretty far sour. I met so the site I was reading it, or am reading it on, standardebooks.org, has it separated in two books. I don't know if it's always like that or how it physically is, but I'm at chapter 7 of the second book. So yeah, I did 6 chapters of the second book today, and I'll do the other 4 tomorrow. And what do you all think of the Dutch reading? The short story is quite a bit longer, but just wanted to pull an opinion on that. I can do Little Prince after. I need to make sure of the copyright status of the Little Prince, but I didn't quite look into it. I think it is out of copyright, right? So it should be fine. And then I could do it after the War of the Worlds. I'll have a look at it, JD. And I'll probably take streaming a bit less, or a bit more chill next week. Most likely not every day next week. Because whilst I loved doing it every day this week, I also need to chill a little bit again. Next week was a bit hectic and busy for me with it all next to my full-time job as well. But maybe then next week I'll just do some little tidbits, small streams, just tarot and maybe short stories again. Then starting next weekend I could start The Little Prince, and then maybe the week after that continue The Little Prince, just reading every day again. That sounds good to me, but I'll have to see how planning and how my mental state with work and all goes as well. Hey Gibby, how do you do? You have a great morning. And Sour, did you want the 69th card? From the top or the bottom then? Is it cloudy in California? I don't know. Maybe. But it's always sunny in California. Oh, from 6 till 9. I could do that too. Alright. Give it a bit of a shuffle in the meantime. Wait, is it always sunny in Philadelphia? I don't know things, alright. Alright, Alexia. Thank you for popping on by. And take care. Good luck with the cleaning. And hey, if you don't want to make it an all day thing, you could try my advice sometime. Just start cleaning late on the day. And then you can't make it an all day thing, because you'll have to sleep in due time. But yeah, take care. Good luck cleaning. Have a great rest of your weekend. And maybe see you tomorrow. Alright. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let me get another pile. 6, 7, 8, 9. If my memory serves me well, Misk is from from Easternish Australia. Yes. All right. So the 6th to 9th card from the top. Let me just find a way, since I kind of caught a peek of them. Try not to have that happen. Find a way to pick a random one in this then. Hours drive. You know, that sounds insane to me, because I live in the Netherlands and we're so small. A cross-country drive for us, if you take the longest way, just vertically, it's about 3 hours, I think, maybe more 4. Let's go with 4 hours, 3.5, I think. But, well, if you were to go about it horizontally, it'd probably be even less. Also sour. You got the Hierophant. I think the Hierophant is good actually. It does look a bit grim, but I think it is a good one. Oh damn, 4-day drive across the 4 days, kind of. That even sounds kind of low for me, how big the US is. No, I guess that's probably 36 hours. Yeah, big drives are just weird to me, because we're such a small country, I'm not quite used to it. Yeah, Australia is big as well, I know. But let me see what the Hierophant is all about. It's the number 5 in the Major Arcana. So. The Hierophant, mentor seeking knowledge. In its simplest form. Hold on. Was a bit late on the mute for that tractor. Or I think that was a truck. need to start getting used to doing that, eh? Just get a button for it. Just smash the button. The Hierophant, mentor, seeking knowledge. In its simplest form, the Hierophant represents a mentor or teacher. This card signifies a hunger for knowledge, whether it is in the practical or the spiritual realm. You've come as far as you can on your own. Now it's the time to deepen your practice. Don't hesitate. Join a class, go to a workshop. Don't be afraid of new experiences. A new ceremony or ritual may prove to be both comforting and rewarding. Open your heart and your teacher will soon appear. Well, there you go on the Hierophant. I mean, that's not per se a good or a bad card. I mean, I guess it can be kind of bad in the way that it says you might be kind of blocked in learning something, and you need to find a mentor to get further in that. But it also says you'll go find that mentor. It's a growing up card. Yeah, that works. Let me read a bit more Dutch then, by the way, since I still have the short story in front of me and people haven't said no on it yet. Een vochte, griezelige lucht huisde tussen de bonte gevels en deed de mannen huiverend voortgaan, tot hun neus gehuld in wijde wollen mantels, met een dikke plooi slingerend van schouder tot schouder onder de kin, met een voorkomen van antieke bronzen busten en de vrouwen die hun inkopen deden, scholen dieper weg in hun kleurige omslagdoeken, schuivende door die kringelende witte wisseling, als vlekken rood en geel en groen, als verdwaalde kleuren op een grijs palet. De hemel was grauw-grijs strak als smalle stroken van een vuile stof uitgespannen boven de straatjes. En het stille Venetië was stiller dan ooit. Slechts van tijd tot tijd kwam het hezige roepen van een melkventer. Latte, latte, die stilte storen. Het kwam van heel ver als de schreeuw van een drenkeling. Een schreeuw met een mond vol water. Of hier en daar gleed een kalf door een half kort woord, uitgaande van een bedekte mond. Grommelend en bijna onverstaanbaar. Koud, koud vandaag. Dan was alles weer stil en hoorde men alleen het gezuig en gekluts van schoenen in de modder. Maar op het plein San Marco vierde de sneeuw feest in de grote stilte. Het was daar een jagen en woelen van witte vlokken, als een razende dans van bezeten op de wilde maat des winds, die schuins van boven vrij in de vierkante ruimte viel, en zijn forse slag joeg de dolle vlokken voor zich uit, en brokte ze tot glinsterende schubben, tot fijn stuivend poeder, tot heel de sneeuw een rag van de draaiende draden scheen. Een groot doorzichtige weefwerk met witte verdiksels van plooien en kroken wapperend op de richting van zijn adem. En achter de wriemeling waren de strak gelijnde gebouwen, links en rechts als onbeleinde massa's, en de kolonnaren als donkere holen aan hun voet. En de sneeuw heerste overal. De riva di Scavioni, die zich in segmentlijn buigt om de zee, verlengde en verbreedde zich met het ebbende water en water en lucht. Alles smolt weg in die trillende chaos, Alles werd meegesleurd in dat dolle winterbaganaal. Sneeuwwitte sneeuw overal en bleekgrijze schijnsels van huizen. Schepen, gondels, lantaarns en paalden met bevende omtrekken. Achter de in den val elkander kruisende vlokken. Alright, hold on, let me pour out some more water into my cup. Also, let me know what you guys think of the Dutch reading. I guess if people are just chilling with it in the background and not really caring much about the story in itself, then Dutch might even be better, since it's just an audible whispers to most, probably, that I won't be able to understand. Oh, chilling is definitely okay. I'm just saying, I assume, or when I'm working with just ASMR in the background, and I've had reading ASMR in the background as well, and then I don't usually follow the story that well, since I'm busy thinking about work. It's easy to listen to, yeah, I kind of slightly figured. I don't know, I guess I listen to French ASMR every now and then, just occasionally. Kind of trying to think what that's like for me. But I don't know. I think that might be a bit different of a case for me. Since, well, I'm starting to learn a bit of French and starting to pick up on a lot of it. So I'm usually, when watching that, I'm actively trying to understand it as well, instead of just letting it flow on by. Alright though, let me continue with this. It's an interesting little story so far. Alleen aan den huizenkant, daar slopen vuile, gore strepen langzaam voort, woelend over bruggen en stoepen. Bevolkt met schimmen van mensen en opgestoken regenschermen, levend en bewegend als een levende slang. Dan op den hoek gekomen die het plein San Marco maakt met de Riva di Scavioni, kromde zij om het oude paleis der doosjes en spleet zich 100 passen verder in 2 dunne strepen. Well, it might be slightly weird, since there will be some words you do know, or may know. Since this little story, or it's slightly poetic, I think, but without much rhyme. It's about Venice, so every now and then it's dropping the, I think, a river name, Riva di Scavioni, which I just before pronounced with a way more Dutch accent, but yeah, and it just talked about the pillage of the Doges, so hard to get around letting you all in on what that's about. En uit die slang rees als een grote arm een geluid zonder geluid. Een onbestemd mengsel van voetengescheuvel en gegons, van gedempte stemmen. Enig teken van bewust leven in al die krioelende doodscheid. In al die sneeuw heersend overal. Doch eerst op den vlakke grond van het plein San Marco straalde de sneeuw in al haar oogverblindende zuiverheid en grootsheid. Achter het gaas der vlokken rekten de lijnen zich uit, wijder en wijder, verder en verder. En aan de verste grens die ruimte rees naar het reuzige silhouet der Byzantijnse kathedraal, wonderlijk en vreemd, met zijn moskeevormen en grillige spitsen, als een hoosters droombeeld geworden in ene nacht, met zijn verguldsel en bonte mozaïeken, als een gouden zonde neerziende op zoveel zuiverheid, met zijn uitgewiste omtrekken als een fata morgana in een woestijn van sneeuw. En vanuit de wijde portieken der kerk zuist een zachte, weke muziek, een enkele kerkganger uitgaande van den mond der kolonnaden, ontrustte een ogenblik die onverstoorbare witheid en verdween vervolgens in het rossige duister der portieken. Alleen een kleine gekromde man bleef daar voor de ingang der kathedraal de sneeuw weggevegen, als een vlek uitgewassen sepia met witte sneeuwvlokken op hoofd en schouders als gespaarde lichten op een kantig begonnen kwarrel, met een lange bezem als een snelle penseelsliert vol ivoorzwart zich lossend op de sneeuw den ganzen morgen lang. Tegen 12 uren hield het op te sneeuwen en daarmede hernam Venetië zijn gewone aanzien. Toen kwamen van alle kanten de duiven van San Marco neervallen onder de beschuttende overheufsels der kozijnen. Met hun kleppende vleugels veegden zij de lange lijnen sneeuw weg van de lijsten. In wolkjes stuivend poeder, zij daalden in het bed van blanke vlokken, zoekend en vroetend naar ondergesneeuwde maïskorrels, over zich en rondwentelend, rollend, als blauw-grijze ballen, dons in dons. Alright, just a bit more Dutch to go, guys. Oh, that's a cute emote, Craven. She's an ASMR artist as well, right, maybe? I think I've seen her name. I remember something sometimes. Van toen aan was het plein niet langer verlaten en ongeschonden. De kathedraal stond er pralend in zijn vreemde dos, als verwonderd over zijn eigen zonderlingen opschik, met zijn 4 bronzen paarden boven den ingang dragende witte kap van wollige sneeuw, met zijn marmeren heiligen getooid met blanke aureolen om het hoofd, met zijn hooggekleurde boogvullingen in mozaïek gevat, in lijsten van blinkend wit, in zijn geheel een massa van goud en rood en grauw, gestreept en geplekt door schelle witte lijnen en vlekken, volgend in architectonische juistheid, iedere welgeving, iedere voorsprong, iedere verhevenheid. Zij stond daar in de namiddag als een groot ontzien meesterstuk van suikerwerk, neerziend op een verlaten en ontredderde feesttafel vol met vuile vlekken. En tegen 4 uur rommelde de muziek der stedelijke garde boven de plassige en glimmende plaats, bevolkt met bonte groepen van mannen, vrouwen en kinderen, weerkaatsend in de natte vloer als in een oude en dof geworden spiegel. En de duiven zeilden en klapwiekten door de vochtige en ongezellige lucht, en de muziek klonk uit de koperen kelen der speeltuigen als een volroet. de speeltuigen als een druivige treurmars. Sorry. I'm seeing a word which I may not be able to read, but let me just... Bad words in Dutch. Best avoid them. Zie, klonk in een pauze de schelle stem van een jongen, gekleed in een flodderig pak van zwart geworden linnen, met een bezem op de rug en een anderen op de borst, samengebonden door een tros touw met ogen, glimmend uit een smoezelig gezicht vol roet. Zie, San Marco heeft een witte muts op. Well, Lord Craven, it's most definitely not a word I'll be saying. It's basically the Dutch equivalent of the N-word, although I'm pretty sure for us we kind of use it just for black people without the bad connotation, I think, but it's basically the exact translation, so I probably shouldn't say it. As far as I know, in Dutch, the word is at the very least not as bad as the N-word, but it's basically the exact translation, so let's not go there. Yeah. Just in case you wanted to know why I did avoid it. I mean, I don't mind swearing in Dutch, and if you want to, I can teach you some Dutch swear words, but just in case, let's not go to that one. Een half dozijn paar ogen keken in de richting des zwarte vingers naar de koepels van San Marco. Mooi, heel mooi, klonk het uit de monden der kijkers. Heel mooi, maar eet er maar eens van, zei een man die naast zijn schoenen stond en wien de honger uit de ogen en het naakte lichaam door de kleren keek. Hij sloeg zich met de handen tegen de schouders om warm te worden. Hoor me eens, zo'n smulpaap, hernam de kleine schoorsteenveger. Toen trokken zich twee donkere strepen boven zijn olijke ogen, als werd hij gezet voor een onopgelost vraagstuk. Hij zag de man aan, draaide met een zwiep van zijn lichaam en een zwaai van zijn bezems rond op de hielen en keek weder naar den tronenden heilige op de spits des gevels en naar de koepels van San Marco, die nog altijd prijkten met witte hoogsels, staande in een dommeling van wegvliedend licht, in een damp van smeltende sneeuw. Toen zei hij, doet niets toch mooi, en de vochtige rode lippen plooien tot een punt, floot hij weggaande een aria uit de Trovatore, die de muziek was begonnen te spelen. All right, that was the little short story, Een dag met sneeuw, or A Day with Snow. I quite enjoyed it. I don't know if anyone quite understood anything there. I have some Dutch viewers that come by sometimes, but I don't know if they're here. Let me see real quick. I think I'll be off soon. I'll have to worry about making dinner and the likes. But if there's anyone that would like a quick, free, single-card tarot reading, I can just end off on that again. Maybe I'll just do one for myself real quick. Oh, hello Jesse, still lurking about. Would you want just a random card? Or I'm not much of a psychic, but, so I may not do it all through the proper lines, but, or just a specific number of cards, either from the top or bottom, when I'm done shuffling. Also phrasing. My darn mind would bring up phrasing on that one. I'll just pull a random one then, and, well, I'm quite new to it as well. But it's basically just either telling about a situation going on in your life and hopefully giving you some advice on getting through that situation, or foretelling of a great fortune is also quite possible. We'll have to see. And I'm a terrible psychic, so short disclaimer, my readings may be terribly wrong and off and awful. I'm just adding that in case it's a bad card, by the way. Alright, that's the Six of Wands. I actually can't quite tell where the card may be going from the art. But yeah, that's a thing. Just look at the art for a little bit before getting into the meaning of the cards. I'll have to look it up in the guidebook, by the way, the meaning. I don't know basically any of the meanings out of my head. It looks unhappy. Well, I think that's mainly just the art style of the cards. I think for the cards it actually looks kinda happy with the rainbow over top. Although the main focus of the card, I suppose, is the more dreary part on the bottom here, the one stacked up down there. But maybe the rainbow over top is foretelling of a more happy thing coming and getting you out of whatever sad situation one likes. Don't panic, don't panic. Let me look it up. The Six of Wands. Wait. I could swear that's a 6, and I think there's a Wands, but the Six of Wands looks quite different. Maybe it's the Six of Pentacles then. Alright folks, I'll have to look up which card this is. If I had to guess it, it's a Six of Pentacles. It's not the Six of Pentacles either. I mean, I'm not insane in that the light cannot be too reflective of it. There's a Roman numeral for 6, right? And those look like wands. Far as the wands cards go. Maybe it's an unnamed major arcana, but they usually have their name on it. Let me check the 6th card in the main. No, it's not that either. Let me just check the 6th card in every single one of them then. Maybe I just have to look for the art of it actually. How about that? But that may take some time, so hold on. Let me get the book in a bit better position. So the book has all the art as well, with the meaning of the card next to it. So I'm kind of just looking for the art now that's on the card. Card, oh card, what are ya? It's a mysterious one at the least. Well, it's not a Six of Cups either. I'm neither stack, I don't know. I don't know what lamp stack is, but I'm probably lamp stack then, since I'm not Microsoft stack, but... And hello, by the way, unicorns, hope you're doing well. Oh well, then indeed it's kind of neither. I'm still looking for this card, by the way. Oh, it is the Six of Swords. I see it now too. They quite look like wands, like the branches on the wands cards. But if you look closely, it might not be too seeable on stream. But they are swords indeed. Well, there we go. The Six of Swords for you. And our main stack is in Node.js, or at least the backend I'm working with, and then frontend also uses JavaScript, or we've recently started using TypeScript, which you may call Microsoft stack, but I'm assuming Microsoft stack you're more looking for C# and C and the likes, C++ and such. Alright, the Six of Swords for ya, Jesse. Hope at last, travel. The Six of Swords is a card indicating a recovery from difficult times. Hope is on the horizon, things will get better. It's important to rest, revitalize, and surround yourself with joyful friends. Plan a trip, short or long, even getting out of town for the weekend will further lift your spirits. And I mean, that card is just quite fitting for us in the current time in general. But yeah, see, it is a good card. Or well, the card kind of implies that there's difficult times right now, but it does say it'll get better. The hopeful rainbow of resorts. And yeah, since I'm a bad psychic, I just read that bit out and let you interpret it or apply it to anything going on in your life. Hey, no worries, Jesse, no problem. And Fox, you also wanted a quick, short, single card reading? Did you want a random card or a certain number from the bottom or the top? And I am Aldita Maria, I think. Something like that. 7. 7 from the top or bottom then. don't know, unicorns have just kind of gotten into this stack. It's just what we happen to use at our workplace. And it kind of nicely flows over since we from the backend are basically using the same-ish stuff as the front end. We're both working in TypeScript or JavaScript. They just with front-end framework for it, and we with Node.js. 7 from the top, alright. Oh, I like C# and on the Microsoft stack as well, don't worry. But just don't use it at my job. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. I don't know if you were lurking about there whilst we had this card as well. But we're back at the major arcana, the Hierophant. So, it may not look the greatest, but it is a good one, I feel. Let me quickly look it back up for you now. I do like just reading the description and then maybe slightly trying to help interpret it. Alright. The Hierophant, mentor seeking knowledge. In its simplest form, the Hierophant represents a mentor or teacher. This card signifies a hunger for knowledge, whether it is in the practical or spiritual realm. You've come as far as you can on your own. Now it's the time to deepen your practice. Don't hesitate. Join a class. Go to a workshop. Don't be afraid of new experiences. A new ceremony or ritual may prove to be both comforting and rewarding. Open your heart and your teacher will soon appear. Oh, okay, lads, there are some readings as well. Nice, nice. Well, it's kind of a good, bad, neutral-ish card. It's both saying, in a way... Thanks, car zooming on by, hope that wasn't too loud. It's both saying, in a way... Yeah, it's a bit double-edged. It's kind of saying that you've reached your end on a certain skill or something, or the likes. But next to that, it's also saying, just open your heart, and the teacher or mentor will appear. And you go way further in that skill. Nice misc. Sounds fun. Alright. I think I've got time for about one more short card reading. And then at uptime 4:20 I probably should go see about dinner. I've still not eaten anything today. But well, I did say I was fasting till dinner, and so we do. Did anyone else want a single card reading real quick in that time? What I could do for a second as well. Oh, what I'm cooking today? I've got no clue. See, I live with my dad, but mostly for the weekends. He leaves to go to his girlfriend, and he sleeps there for mainly the weekend, or from Friday to Monday or something like that usually. And he usually buys me stuff to either cook for dinner or heat up. I want to learn cooking, so you should. I've been trying to push him to actually just buy me ingredients so I can go cook and just send me over a recipe for them. But I've no clue yet what he got actually this time. So I have to see. I did ask him. Oh, we have a leftover, it's kinda weird, it's almost cakey, or I don't know. It's almost like a vegetable pizza-ish, but not put any tomato sauce or anything on it. It's like dough at the bottom. And then just at the top, what is it again? I'm trying to think of it. I think carrot and some other vegetable, and then some cottage cheese or like goat cheese or the likes. Oh no, it's not pot pie. It's some random thing. I'm pretty sure. I don't know where my dad's got that from, but yeah, we've got leftovers from that. Oh right, the name he sent along with it is plaat tart, but yeah, that's Dutch, of course. It looks to be an actual thing, but yeah, I can't find translations for it. But I think maybe you could technically stretch it and translate it to pot pie. Technically. But isn't pot pie normally like actually closed like a proper pie? This is legit just on the baking tray, just at the bottom of it, like a pizza. Oh no, it is more pie dough, not really dumpling though. I'd love dumplings, but closed and you get like gravy with it. Yeah. So I don't know. It's not quite close to a quiche either. It's just some dumb Dutch invention, probably then. Well, it's already made, it's just leftovers. I could try showing it. But you know what? I can boost my socials real quick. I can post a picture of it on Twitter. As long as it tastes good, that's true. It tastes alright, I don't know. I'm just kinda glad it tastes alright and it should be healthy. I love quiche as well, but I don't think... I mean, it might be close to quiche. It is that same kind of dough-ish as well. It is quite close to it. Yeah. I don't... Do I even have that? No, I don't. It is in my... It is in my social links somewhere. Or it is in like my... Yeah, exactly, there you go. I was gonna look it up on my stream. It is kind of... It is in my links on Twitch. so you can grab it from there. Do I have a panel for it? I may have a panel for it. It's in my about, yeah, there. It is very small. But well, I can't say I do that much with it. Hold on. I mean, I should definitely make a soldier's command. That'll be making its way. No, it's just in my about section, yeah. Well, along with an OnlyFans, of course. But that's only for the fans. Slamboniaris, thank you for the follow. Hope you're doing great and amazing. I'm about to head off, unfortunately. Sorry about that, but hope you're doing well. Well, you're a fan, but you're not a literal fan, are you? You're a human, not a fan. OnlyFans is only for fans. Oh, true. You did follow me quite a while back, Jesse. Did I follow you back? I didn't quite finish reading things. Oh, I follow a decent bit of people on Twitter as well. So I've been looking through stuff every now and then. I did follow you back. Oh, well, those things. I'm sorry to say I'm about to head off pretty soon, since I just hit 420 uptime and I need to go worry about dinner. But yeah, I don't know, I was about to rant on Twitter, let's go. I kinda like Twitter, I like just reading through what people are posting about. It's just usually random stuff. Sometimes some food comes by. I mainly follow ASMR people in the ASMR circle, so every now and then it's about ASMR and stuff. Oh, hello, Surf and Lark. Good day. Hope you're doing well. Hello, Saint. I think I know how you got there. You probably fell asleep over at Steph's, and Steph raided Fox and the Raven, and Fox raided me. I think that might have been your journey. Although you may have been watching someone else that raided Steph. Steph gets a lot of raids as well. At Chewy's yesterday. I couldn't make Chewy's yesterday. Well, I mean, I actually was about to say most of you probably know, but I think most of you probably may not. Saint knows, Fox may not, and Jesse may not. But yeah, I the one person that mainly got me into ASMR on Twitch, like the whole ASMR on Twitch, not per se doing it myself, but just watching it as well. That'd be Fox and Ken. And yeah, that's why I usually don't catch much of Chewy's streams, since she streams at around the same time. Unfortunately. Love Chewy as well, but yeah. Also, whilst I'm kind of just ranting on and talking and just chilling, let me do some quick shout-outs. A quick shout-out for lovely Fox and the Raven. He does amazing ASMR. Go give him a follow if you don't already. And then we just got one in for Shane as well. Shane does some great ASMR as well, and he'll soon probably have his 3DO set up, I think. Maybe. Jovenam, hello there. Thank you for the follow. Hope you're doing well. I'm sorry I'm about to kind of sign off soon. But, oh, you're enjoying the stream for as much as you've been able to catch it today. Anyone else I should shout out? You know what? I didn't see her here, but there's probably still some lurkers from over at our stream. If anyone doesn't follow the Bajing Yang yet, or Bajing Yang, also known as Steph, go give her a follow as well. And thank you all for having been here. Let me just close my door real quick to do a proper sign off without being interrupted by the rain sound. Alright, and let me find someone to raid, by the way. Also, my cat was lying outside this door, outside this bedroom. All fine, just lying outside there on a cardboard box. Then I closed the door, and you may hear her now. Now she's at the door, meowing for attention. It was all fine while the door was open. I'll give her some colours whilst cooking in a bit though. Sounds like cat indeed. Oh, thank you, Jesse. Thank you very much. And thank you as well, Jerry. Don't you? Oh, wait. That question from Miss was the unicorn, I think. Alright. Thank you all for hanging out. I'm still looking for someone to raid. Jojo, who is alive. How long has she been alive? Oh, Miss Chloe is alive as well, Christina too. Decisions, have every time. Let me see any other names. Not really seeing anyone else. Oh, Bobby is live as well. Bobby though. Any preferences for my people here? Any preferences in a raid to or target to send the lurkers towards? I see Bobiro live and Jojo is live. And Miss Chloe and Christina are also live. Alright. That's plenty of votes for Bobiro. Let me just make sure I have enough eyes in there. Why is it so showing 0 viewers in the red box? She just went live. Maybe that's why it doesn't update it yet. I was gonna say she didn't just hand that shit. Alright. Also, very smooth fox. Thank you very much. I don't know how to blush. I don't think I usually ever blush. So no getting me to blush. Sorry. Almost would if I could. you'd like to visit just Holland someday or the Netherlands. Because Holland is only a small part of the Netherlands. Eh? Gotta make sure people get that terminology right as someone from the Netherlands. Oh, welcome back, Selexia. Thank you, thank you. I'll get that dinner. I hope you will enjoy over at Bobido's. Bobigo. I've been saying Bobido, haven't I? I should say Bobby, that's easier. I don't know if she minds. Say Carol, thank you for joining me today. Let me put my headset on and turn the sound on. See you all at a later date. I'll be reading the rest of the War of the Worlds tomorrow. Take care all, have a great rest of your weekend. I'll just let the counter count down to 1 and that's about it. Yep.